Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Top tech and business leaders are gathering at the US-Saudi Forum on AI and investment as the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman signs major defense deals with President Trump. The Epstein Files bill is heading to Trump's desk after unanimous congressional approval. A deadly Israeli airstrike hits a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Lebanon, killing at least 13 people. And the CEO of Saudi airline Flyer Deal explains why routes from Riyadh to India are essential to the carrier's expansion. The US-Saudi Investment Forum opens in Washington today, bringing together top global figures, including Tesla CEO Elon Musk and Nvidia's founder, for a major discussion on AI and technology. The event follows Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's meeting with President Donald Trump at the White House, where the two leaders have signed several landmark agreements, including a new defense deal, civil nuclear cooperation, and AI and critical minerals partnerships. Both Trump and MBS will be at the forum, where Trump is expected to speak. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Mahmoud Abdul Karim, economic and financial researcher in the Arab world. It's a pleasure to have you on the show with me. I just wanted to bring you some news that we're just getting at the moment across the wires. Apparently, Elon Musk and his AI company, that's XAI, and Saudi are doing a 500 megawatt project with Nvidia. So we are already getting news about deals that are coming through. What more can we expect from the forum today?
Actually, Saudi Arabia connection with Elon Musk and Tim Cook and Jensen Huang is strategically important because these individuals represent the center of gravity in global AI, semiconductor, and future technology. Their presence at the dinner signaled three major advantages for the Riyadh. Okay, first, it's accelerated Saudi Arabia's ambition to become a global AI hub, and the kingdom, plans to invest more than $40 billion in AI by 2030, making the world's largest state-led AI investor. And Jensen Huang's NVIDIA control over 80% of the global AI chip markets, and the Saudi demand for the advanced shipment is rising as it builds national data centers and cloud infrastructure. Just one hyperscale AI facility can require tens of thousands of GPUs, with the signal cluster costing upward of $500 million to $1 billion. Securing access to such technology is essential for Saudi Arabia and digital transformation. From the other side, also Apple and Tesla brings high-level partnership and innovation, clean energy, mobility, and manufacturing. Saudi Arabia is building $500 billion smart city NEOM, and it was a global tech giant to anchor research labs and semiconductor fabrication and EV production inside the country. The combined market value of Apple and Tesla and NVIDIA exceed $4 trillion, which almost 4 times of the Saudi Arabia GDP of about $1.1 trillion. These relationships connect the kingdom to the most valuable innovation ecosystem of the planet. So at the end, this connection brings the Saudi Arabia economic diversification under the Vision 2030, and then an oil sector already contribute about 50% of GDP, and technology is becoming a key driver for the growth. The digital economy alone is a project to contribute over 80% of GDP by 2030. That means nearly about $200 billion. So partnership with the world's most influential tech lead, accelerated the talent development, research, and advance and manufacturing inside Saudi Arabia, helping the country move from being an energy exporter to become a global technology producers, investor and producer.
So what you're saying to me is that this US-Saudi investment forum that is happening right now over in America is absolutely crucial to Saudi's Vision 2030 and its economic diversification goals. Is that correct?
Yes, 100%. Because Saudi Arabia participation in the U.S.-Saudi investment from directly support the main goals of the Vision 2030, which aim to transform Saudi Arabia, as I mentioned, to economy from oil-dependent to diversified, technology-driven. President Trump announced that the U.S. working to approve advanced AI chips for Saudi Arabia is a major step toward this transformation. The global AI chip market today is worth more than $150 billion, growing at range 20 to 25% a year. And Saudi Arabia plans to invest 40 to 50 billion in artificial intelligence and data centers by 2030. So if the kingdom capture even 1% of the global chip value chain, it could generate around $1.5 billion a year in a new non-oil revenue, posting a long-term, economic diversification. So the forum itself also support the Vision 2030 through a foreign investment. Saudi Arabia announced it's ready to expand its investment in the U.S. economy to $1 trillion, and this aligns with the public investment fund, the growth target to reaching $2 trillion by 2030. Partnering with the world's largest economy, so the U.S. with the GDP of $28 trillion provides strong return and allows Saudi Arabia to bring advanced technology back home. So to understand the scale, a $1 trillion Saudi investment equal nearly 27% of the U.S. government annual federal budget, showing seriousness of the Saudi Arabia global integration.
I just want to ask you, before I let you go quickly, what barriers might Saudi investors face when expanding into the US market, especially given regulatory compliance and political sensitivities? Because right now, both of us are talking about huge amounts of money, investment.
Actually, Saudi investor is looking to expand into the U.S. market will face several real challenges, mainly linked to regulation, as you mentioned, compliance, and political climate. So first, the U.S. has a very strict financial and corporate regulation. Any Saudi company entering the market must comply with the law as a foreign, as a Foreign Practices Act, which is called an FCPA, and strict reporting standard from the SEC, and a detailed tax rule. And these requirements increase costs and slow down market entry. And the top of that, foreign investment coming from the Middle East often undergo a deeper review by the Committee of the Foreign Investment in the United States, and especially in sensitive sectors like technology, energy, infrastructure. And so, this is the Committee of Foreign Investment. The United States can block or delay if it believes there are some kind of, national security concern. So there are political environment. There is also political environment in U.S.-Saudi relation, and which are stable but sensitive, and it changes in the Washington foreign policy mood can affect how Saudi investment are viewed. Certain sectors, especially defense, AI, semiconductor, and data-related industry, face extra political pressure and public scrutiny. In addition, Saudi, company must deal with differences in business culture, strong labor rules, complex, state-level regulation, high legal risk, And as the U.S. is one of the most litigious market in the world, this barrier do not stop the investment, but that might make it more expensive and slower and require Saudi firm to build a strong compliance system and hire specialized legal team and plan carefully before entering the American market.
Dr. Mahmoud Abdul Karim, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is in Washington this week for a high-profile visit with President Donald Trump. So far, the two leaders have signed a major strategic defense agreement, officially designating Saudi Arabia a major non-NATO ally. For more on this, I'm joined from Riyadh by Dr. Hisham Al-Ghanam, scholar at the Malcolm H. Kerr Carnegie Middle East Center. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, Doctor. Doctor, first of all, Trump said Saudi is now a major non-NATO ally. What does this mean, and what benefits will Riyadh get from this status?
Thank you for having me. Without any exaggerations, I would say that becoming a major non-NATO ally is significant for the kingdom simply because it places Saudi Arabia in a very select group of countries with privileged access to U.S. defense systems. It does not create a formal defense obligation, but it certainly opens the door to faster military purchases, deeper intelligence coordination, more joint training, and access to advanced technologies that are usually reserved for only those that are very close to the U.S. And more importantly, in my opinion, this status is a signal of recognition. It acknowledges Saudi Arabia as a responsible and a stabilizer actor in the region. When combined with the strategic defense agreement, it provides a clear and a predictable framework for long-term cooperation, helping to avoid past misunderstandings and also future political swings, especially in the U.S. political system. At the same time, it allows both sides to strengthen ties without, and this is very important, without over-promising or over-commitment or creating expectations that simply are unrealistic and certainly would be difficult to sustain. Something both capitals, both Riyadh and Washington, are very aware of. I think what happened was very logical and a balanced step that reflects shared interests, respects each country's realities, I mean specifically the domestic U.S. factor, and shows that the relationship is moving forward in a stable and I would say a very mature way.
And Doctor, Saudi Arabia is ready to increase its investment in the U.S. economy to $1 trillion. Now, part of that is nearly $140 billion for F-35 fighter jets. Can investments in defense contribute to regional stability in the Middle East?
I think, in my opinion, one important thing to highlight and emphasize is that for the kingdom, these deals are not simply about buying weapons, which is very important. But I think it's more than that. This is part of a broader Saudi effort to build a modern, capable defense structure that can protect the kingdom and also contribute to regional stability. Additionally, access to advanced systems, such as the F-35, I would say shows a high level of trust with the United States and reinforces our commitment to work closely with a long-standing strategic partner. So there is this also important symbolic importance. At the same time, we know that these systems come with a burden, a very huge burden, with responsibilities. I mean, it comes with required training, maintenance, and also a sustained cooperation with the U.S. The kingdom views these purchases as an investment in deterrence and stability, not an investment in escalation, which is a qualitative difference. And if you allow me to add, I would say that also by relying on trusted partners for advanced technology, the US is in this case, we in Saudi reduce the need to seek alternatives from other global powers, which I think helps clarify our strategic alignment and signals that our goals are security and stability rather than anything else.
And President Trump said he had a good talks with Mohammed bin Salman about Saudi normalizing relations with Israel. But the Crown Prince was absolutely clear on a secure path to the two-state solution. Will Donald Trump put more pressure on Israel?
Let me say that although this is a sensitive matter, but Saudi Arabia was always open to normalization with Israel, but only if there is a real and tangible progress for the Palestinians. Our position was and is very clear until now. A credible path to a two-state solution is a prerequisite, a necessary precondition before any formal steps are taken. At the same time, we are very realistic about regional dynamics and continue working on shared security concerns with the US, which is our main global strategic partner. I would add also that the kingdom prefer a gradual and a careful approach rather than sudden moves that could undermine trust or regional stability. For Saudi Arabia, normalization in itself is not a goal in its own. It's not a price or a concession. It's a strategic choice that must serve long-term peace and stability. Otherwise, it will be with no value or substance for anyone.
And I just want to talk to you a little bit about yesterday's big dinner. There was a glamorous dinner at the White House, of course. Cristiano Ronaldo was there. He attended Trump's dinner with the Saudi Crown Prince. The president did pay tribute to the footballer, and he also posed with Elon Musk for a photograph, Cristiano Ronaldo. How important is Cristiano Ronaldo in the White House with MBS? How significant is this moment?
I mean, this is part of the Saudi soft power, and this is important, and I think it's significant, and it works, and it's very well orchestrated and very well organized, and I think it's very productive, and I think it helps also the kingdom in its global message, and it's also economic message and political message to the world. This is part of the vision, a pillar of the vision. It's not only about football, it's much more than that.
Dr. Hisham Al-Ghanam, thank you so much for joining me. Congress has moved to release Justice Department files on Jeffrey Epstein, approving a bill unanimously in the Senate and overwhelmingly in the House. The measure comes after President Trump reversed his stance, urging transparency following public pressure. The records, which will include documents, communications and flight logs connected to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, are now heading to Trump's desk for his expected signature. Survivors and advocates hailed the move as a step towards accountability. For more on this, I'm joined from Istanbul by former US Ambassador Matthew Brazier. Matthew, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Okay, a bill to release the Epstein files. It's getting ever closer. The House of Representatives was near unanimous in voting for the material to be released. Why has there been so much bipartisan support in favor of these documents being revealed?
And by the way, the Senate was unanimous in its votes also, which came much quicker than people expected. The reason why there's such bipartisan support is twofold. One reason is political, one reason is moral. The political reason is that President Trump campaigned, in part, promising to release the Epstein files after he had pressed the Biden administration to do so. So the Democrats are saying, okay, now you're in office. You promised to release these files. Why aren't you? What are you trying to hide? Whereas at the same time, Trump's MAGA base in the Republican Party feels very strongly for the second reason, the emotional and ethical and moral reason that these files need to be released. And what I mean by the ethical moral issue is that these were clearly young women, girls in some cases, as young as 15 years old, who were sexually abused, raped in some cases, at least one committed suicide. So this, the abuse, sexual abuse of women and girls by rich and powerful men, you can understand, is a very powerful emotional issue in the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's a two-pronged one, political and moral, Matthew. But things are moving pretty quickly as the bill now awaits Trump's signature. But could the US president potentially scupper it?
If you were having this conversation with me yesterday, I would say yes. And there's a good chance he will persuade the Senate to derail the effort, and he may be able to veto, or he may choose to veto the bill when it passes, if it passes the Senate, because to override a presidential veto, you need 2/3 of the House, the Senate to vote in favor of overturning the president's veto. But clearly, this bill now has way more than 2/3 support. So the Congress would override President Trump's veto were he to try to veto the bill. And so if things stand tomorrow or whenever the bill comes to the president, as they are right now, no, there's nothing the president can do to stop this.
So President Trump's long-term ally, Marjorie Taylor Greene, held a news conference with Epstein survivors. She has come out in support of the victims. We've seen that very strong in the US. Do you think that cracks in the MAGA movement are now becoming much deeper over the release of these Epstein files?
I do, and I fully agree with you that the turnaround by Marjorie Taylor Greene, whom President Trump now calls Marjorie Traitor Greene or even Brown, is a powerful sign of a big crack. There are others, though. There's strong differences within the MAGA coalition about President Trump's activity or his high degree of activeness on foreign affairs, rather than just focusing on what he promised to do from day one in office, which is lower domestic prices, especially for food. And there's also growing differences within the MAGA coalition about immigration. There are many members of the MAGA coalition that want there to be zero immigration. There are some who would like to see control of the southern border of the United States, and stronger controls on who actually enters the country. President Trump is one of those. And so, in fact, President Trump is among people even more, let's say, positive about immigration within the MAGA coalition, and that he said a couple of days ago that the U.S. needs more so-called H-1B visas. These are visas for people of particularly high levels of talent to come into the United States to perform functions and jobs that can't be fulfilled by Americans. Marjorie Taylor Greene strongly disagrees with that approach. So yeah, there are deepening and widening cracks in the MAGA movement.
And also, Donald Trump, let's talk about his polling, because polling right now shows Trump's popularity is at the lowest since he's returned to the White House. Many Americans are unhappy with his handling of the Epstein investigation. Why do you think we're now seeing his popularity fall so dramatically in many ways?
Yeah, and it's ironic it's falling just as he's having a lot of success in foreign policy. Yeah, the numbers have really collapsed. I mean, he used to have in the mid 40% support, and that's okay for a U.S. president. It's kind of normal. Once people get elected, their popularity goes down in any political system. But if a president's approval ratings are only like in the mid 30s, 34%, 35%, like now, that is a problem. That makes it more difficult to govern, and then you start to see revolts against the president by his own party, as we're seeing with the Epstein file release, as we've been talking about. So I think, the reason why his popularity is decreasing is, what I said, splits in the coalition about migration or immigration, splits about how active he is on foreign policy rather than focusing on problems at home. And I think really the main issue is what the Democrats are calling affordability. Inflation remains high, relatively higher than President Trump promised. It's at about 3% now, much better than it was in 2023 when it was around 9%. But still, the prices, especially for food in the U.S., are much higher than President Trump promised they would be. So as a result, in recent days, he said he's going to reduce tariff on certain food items to try to bring food prices down, because he feels that one reason why the Republicans did so poorly in regional and local elections a week and a half ago or so is because prices are too high, and also because the government was shut down. The government shutdown was very unpopular, and I think most voters blame the Republicans rather than the Democrats.
Matthew Brazier, it's always fascinating to get your insights and analysis. As always, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
At least 13 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike near a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Lebanon. Lebanon's health ministry has said that. The Israeli military said it targeted Hamas operatives at a training site, while Hamas denied that claim. For more on this, I'm joined by Lieutenant Colonel Sarit Zihav, President of the Elma Research and Education Centre. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. 13 people have been killed. Great to see you. 13 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Lebanon. Why is Israel's military stepping up deadly attacks in this region?
First, let's the facts right. It's not 13 people, it's 13 terrorists of Hamas, which is a terrorist organization that were training for a terrorist activity against us Israelis. Now, to answer your question, Israel has to defend itself. After what happened in October 7th, we can no longer ignore preparations, training, military deployment of terrorists in South Lebanon, and we are acting against it. We are not waiting for Israelis to be killed. I myself live 9 kilometers from the Israeli-Lebanese border. I lived for 14 months under the fire of Hezbollah and also of Hamas during the last war. I had 15 seconds to get to the bomb shelter. I was afraid from a Hezbollah invasion, just like Hamas had done, because they were fully prepared. And I used to see Hezbollah terrorists just across the borderline every day. This reality is not going to happen anymore. And Israel will fight terrorism that endanger its people anywhere that needed. It's not just Palestinians or just people.
Hezbollah says the attack, which killed 13 people, is a flagrant violation of Lebanese sovereignty and the year-long ceasefire. Is Hezbollah correct in its assessment of Israel's actions? Is Israel ignoring the ceasefire, and is it also ignoring the sovereignty of Lebanon?
This is not the question. The question is whether Hezbollah is ignoring the sovereignty of Lebanon while it is refusing to disarm, including in South Lebanon, in an area that, due to the ceasefire agreement, it was supposed to disarm, not after the current war, but actually 19 years ago in 2006, where we had a United Nations Security Council resolution that said that Hezbollah will not be present at all in South Lebanon. Today, Hezbollah refused and ignores these agreements, saying loudly and clearly that it will not disarm, every day trying to rebuild its military and terrorist infrastructures in South Lebanon and in Lebanon in general. And that's why Israel is attacking it.
So Israel continues to attack Lebanon on a near daily basis. 2 towns in southern Lebanon right now are currently waiting for an Israeli strike. Is the safety...
No. Israel is not attacking Lebanon, neither villages of Lebanon. Israel is attacking Hezbollah or Hamas.
Yes, but where Hezbollah and Hamas are is in Lebanon. I'm asking the question.
I'm answering.
No, I'm asking the question. I'm asking you that Israel continues to attack Lebanon on a near daily basis. 2 towns in southern Lebanon, as we speak right now, are currently waiting for Israel to strike. Is the safety of civilians actually being taken into consideration by Israel? And you are attacking Lebanon.
We are not attacking Lebanon. We are attacking a terrorist entity in Lebanon. We are not targeting civilians. By the way, in the IDF preparations and maps, since I was in the IDF, I know how this is working. IDF never targets civilians. We have no interest in targeting civilians. We want to target those who put us at risk. Those who are targeting civilians are the terrorist organizations, whether it's in Lebanon or elsewhere, that are using their own people as human shields. This is what Hamas is doing when it operates from within, what you say, refugee camp inside Lebanon. This is what Hezbollah is doing when it is operating from within Lebanese villages in South Lebanon. Again,
but can I just, sorry, can I ask, sorry,
let me finish, please. We were attacked by Hezbollah in October 8 after 17 years that we didn't attack in Lebanon, and Hezbollah became a huge monster that was on our border, risking me and my family. And I was personally attacked by Hezbollah for many months. So now we are not going to enable that anymore.
I just want to ask you a question, because I know lots of people at home will be watching you and me speaking to each other. And I do often interview people from Israel, people who were involved with the IDF like yourself before. And every time I ask them about the death toll in Gaza, we're looking at 69,000 people killed in Gaza. They always say they do not strike civilians, but we've seen the footage and we've seen the pictures at home, and it is concerning for people watching to find it difficult to believe that Israel is protecting civilians.
You want my answer?
I do.
I will answer you. I don't know how many people, how many civilians were killed in Gaza. Neither do you, because you are counting on a terrorist organization numbers that were proven to be lies. Many times during this war, Hamas published that 400 people were killed, 500 people were killed here and there, and then we learned that it's not 400, it's much less than that, or we learned that they were killed by a Hamas rocket that landed in Gaza, or they were killed by Hamas themselves. So I cannot relate to the number that you just said. These are Hamas numbers, and nobody actually knows, neither you nor me, how many civilians were killed in Gaza. What I can say is that there are strict orders to the IDF soldiers and officers not to target civilians. When Hamas is using the civilians as human shields and Hezbollah is hiding weapons inside the children's bedroom, sometimes they are getting killed, unfortunately. The only way to solve this very tragic situation is to join all of us, those who are against terrorist groups, to end the existence of terrorist groups on the borders and to end the suffering of Lebanese, Gazians, and Israeli families alike.
Thank you so much for joining me. It was great to have you on the show and your thoughts and analysis. I do appreciate it. Saudi Arabia's low-cost airline Flyadeal have announced the launch of several new routes for 2026, including Indian destinations Delhi and Mumbai. Saudi is home to one of the largest Indian expat populations, with over 3 million residents in the kingdom. Earlier this week, I spoke to Flyadeal's CEO, Stephen Greenway, who told me why a connection to Indian cities is so critical for the next phase of growth. Take a listen. You have quite a lot of new aircraft on order, so 51 new narrow-body aircraft, 10 wide-body aircraft on order, all for deliveries by around 2027. So is 2027 going to be the year of wow growth for Flyadeal and allow for those more long-haul flights like you spoke to me about, India, Pakistan, possibly Europe? So is that where you're looking for the wow growth to happen?
I'm going to describe 2027 as the wow growth year. Thank you. You've given me the tag. Wow growth and sort of scratching my head growth as well. I literally had a meeting with Airbus yesterday, and I was just informed that not only will we get one new aircraft type in July of 27, but we'll get two. So we're getting our 321s, our first one being delivered in July, and our 330 being delivered in July at the same time. We will literally, from 2027 beyond, we have literally an aircraft every month or more coming into the fleet to get us up to where we need to be for 100 aircraft. So I think that's where we really do amp up. I think your observation is absolutely correct. We're preparing now. We're doing all the basics now to prepare for that. Flight training schools, engineering, technology investments, you name it, to get prepared for that big day where we know we're ramping up quite substantially. But in the interim, we are already starting Pakistan. We have 5 destinations. We're getting on with it. We're getting on with the assets that we have. We don't want to stop growing. We want to continue growing our network. Syria is a good example. India, we still intend to launch next year despite not getting the 321s. We've just got to get on with it. It's not optimal. I think that's probably the thing to say, but we have to get on with the growth, and that's what we're doing. Both India and Saudi Arabia, they're in the top 5 trading partners between both countries. So they have very, very strong economic ties. That even surprised me when I was researching. Second thing is we have 3 million Indians in the kingdom, everyone from doctors to street cleaners and everything else in between. So they're wanting to go home, visit friends and family. They're living in the kingdom, they're working in the kingdom, but they obviously want to go home. You have a huge middle class building in India and wealth as well, and they're wanting to travel. And what we say is airlines in both India and the kingdom have been unrepresented in terms of market share. That is that third-party airlines via third-party countries are taking traffic, over Dubai as an example, from India to the kingdom and vice versa. What we're saying is we want our fair share of direct traffic. It's only 5-hour flying time between the kingdom and India, or 4 on the east coast. We believe there's enough there. We're offering direct services. And the other thing on top of that is we're also offering a network of 25 destinations within the kingdom. And so that is obviously something very compelling for someone who was wanting to come into the kingdom and move around. So we think there's a lot more growth between our countries respectively, and there's a demand for direct services as opposed to going via a third country.
India actually adopts a really protectionist stance when it comes to foreign carriers operating Indian routes. How does FlyAdeal plan to tackle this government oversight that's currently in India at the moment?
So 2 things. You're correct, but they're more protective in terms of what we call 6 freedom traffic. That is going over third-party countries via third-party airlines to get to an ultimate destination. A good example would be, say, India via Dubai to the United States, as an example. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about direct services between 2 countries. The other thing is also the actual oversight and regulation that is pertaining to both of our countries is reasonably good. We can start services without having to ask for extra rights or anything like that. We just have to get the license to be able to do that. So the actual traffic rights between both of our countries is quite good.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 25 people are dead and dozens more injured after a Russian drone and missile attack on the Ukrainian city of Ternopil. 15 children were among the wounded as Ukrainian officials say 2 blocks of flats were hit. It's been seen as one of the deadliest Russian strikes in the war so far. Now, a Russian spy ship is on the edge of UK waters, creating a new era of a threat, according to Britain's Defence Secretary. During a Downing Street news conference, John Healey told reporters the vessel known as Yantar was designed for gathering intelligence and mapping undersea cables. A Royal Navy frigate and RAF planes have been deployed to monitor and track the ship's movements. A reminder of our top stories. Top tech bosses and leaders are gathering at the US-Saudi Forum on AI and investment as Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman signs major defense deals with President Trump. The Epstein Files builders heading to Trump's desk after unanimous congressional approval. And a deadly Israeli airstrike hits a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Lebanon, killing at least 13. The CEO of Saudi airline FlyAdeal explains why routes from Riyadh to India are essential to the carrier's expansion. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. A single theme dominated international headlines. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's high-profile visit to Washington, framed as a pivotal moment for U.S.-Saudi ties and regional diplomacy. In the United States, however, attention was split as the House's decisive vote to release the Epstein files fueled intense political scrutiny and renewed public pressure. Together, the two stories shaped a fast-moving news cycle on both the global and domestic fronts. American media framed the Mohammed bin Salman-Trump meeting as a high-profile, deal-heavy visit, highlighting major defense announcements and Saudi investment pledges. Coverage also focused on Trump's defense of MBS and Trump's not unusual confrontation with the press. Across outlets, the visit was portrayed as a strategic but controversial reset of U.S.-Saudi relations, mixing diplomatic spectacle with significant geopolitical risks. Politico reported that President Trump announced a major expansion of the U.S.-Saudi security relationship by designating Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally, thereby deepening military cooperation without committing to a full defense treaty. The piece highlights the move was unveiled during a grand White House dinner with Mohammed bin Salman, where Saudi Arabia also pledged to boost U.S. investment from roughly $600 billion to nearly $1 trillion. It contends that the designation opens the door for Saudi access to U.S. weapons systems, of course, streamlined arms transfers and expanded defense industry ties. The Economist argues that Saudi Arabia, despite its influence and leverage, is deliberately slow-walking any move to join the Abraham Accords. The analysis contends that while President Trump is eager to showcase new signatories, Riyadh arrives in Washington with its own priorities. A defense pact, a civil nuclear deal, and F-35 fighter jets, not recognition of Israel. The piece shows how the Gaza war hardened Saudi conditions, with officials insisting that normalization is impossible without a credible path to a Palestinian statehood. It also highlights how the accords have survived regional turmoil, but now resemble a branding exercise rather than a genuine peace framework. Ultimately, the piece portrays Mohammed bin Salman as holding all the cards, securing U.S. commitments while offering only distant, conditional hints of future normalization. The New York Times offers a detailed snapshot of the star-studded guest list at President Trump's black-tie White House dinner honoring Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The report underscores the symbolic weight of the event, Mohammed bin Salman's first U.S. visit since 2018. And also it highlights how Trump used the reception to project a renewed U.S.-Saudi partnership. Reporters catalogue a striking mix of global figures. Cristiano Ronaldo, FIFA President Gianni Infantino, and also leading tech moguls like Elon Musk, Tim Cook, Michael Dell, and Jensen Huang, all with deep or growing business ties to Saudi Arabia. The piece frames the dinner as part diplomatic showcase, part investor summit, revealing the kingdom's expanding influence across technology, sports, and finance. Across the Atlantic in Israel, the media portrayed the Mohammed bin Salman Trump meeting as a high-stakes diplomatic moment, watched closely for its implications on Israel's security and regional standing. Coverage stressed Saudi Arabia's firm message: interest in the Abraham Accords exists, but only if a credible path to Palestinian statehood is offered. Outlets also highlighted growing concern over U.S. moves to sell F-35 jets to Riyadh, framing the visit as beneficial to U.S.-Saudi ties, but strategically unsettling for Israel. The Times of Israel reported on a pivotal Oval Office meeting between Mohammed bin Salman and Donald Trump, where the Saudi Crown Prince expressed interest in joining the Abraham Accords, yet emphasized that recognition of Israel must be paired with a clear path to Palestinian statehood. According to the report, Mohammed bin Salman described the discussion as healthy and underscored that Saudi normalization is contingent on credible progress towards a two-state solution. The piece frames Riyadh's stance as strategic leverage rather than immediate acceptance, signaling that Saudi Arabia intends to secure maximum concessions before formally normalizing ties with Israel. Israel Hayom tried to answer the question of why bin Salman's visit to Washington matters from an Israeli perspective. The explainer argues that the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's Washington visit is a critical moment for both Saudi-US ties and Israel's strategic calculus. From Israel's perspective, the stakes are indeed high. The visit signals Riyadh's rising influence and the possibility of U.S.-Saudi defense and nuclear agreements that could shift regional power dynamics. The piece underscores Israeli concern that a proposed U.S. sale of F-35 jets to Saudi Arabia might indeed erode Israel's qualitative military edge, long protected by U.S. policy. Meanwhile, although Washington seeks to bring Saudi Arabia to the Abraham Accords, Riyadh insists any normalization with Israel be tied to a clear pathway to a Palestinian state, setting Israel's own negotiations and diplomacy in motion. Arab and Saudi media outlets were overwhelmingly positive, portraying the visit as a demonstration of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's international stature and strong ties with the U.S. They highlighted investment deals, security talks, and alignment on regional issues. Saudi media stressed the kingdom's leadership role in shaping Middle East diplomacy, presenting the visit as a successful and confident assertion of Saudi priorities. Arab News underscores how Mohammed bin Salman's Washington visit with Donald Trump marks a pivotal step in Saudi Arabia's global strategy. The piece highlights a suite of strategic advances, a major announcement that Saudi Arabia would receive F-35 fighter jets, deepening U.S.-Saudi defense ties, also heavy Saudi investment pledges in America, and elevated economic cooperation under Vision to 2030. The visit is framed not only as diplomacy, but as affirmation of Saudi Arabia's place as a regional leader with broad ambitions. It portrays the event as a culmination of careful planning and a signal of the kingdom's growing boldness on international stage. Another story grabbed attention in the U.S., Congress passing a bill to release the Epstein files. The Washington Post details how Congress overwhelmingly passed a bipartisan bill to compel the Department of Justice to release all unclassified files related to Jeffrey Epstein and his associates, with a remarkable 427 House votes to 1, followed by the Senate's swift approval. The piece highlights that President Trump, who had vigorously opposed the disclosure and dismissed also the focus as a hoax, reversed course at the last minute, signaling he will sign the legislation. The report emphasizes the pressure from survivors of the Epstein's abuse and the bipartisan coalition that overcame leadership resistance. While the bill mandates public disclosure, it preserves limited exceptions for ongoing investigations, and the DOJ has yet to clarify how it will comply. And we'll end with the Wall Street Journal, which explains the next stage in the saga of the Jeffrey Epstein files, now that the House has overwhelmingly voted to force their release. The piece explains that if indeed signed by Donald Trump, the legislation would require the Justice Department to make public, in searchable format, unclassified records associated with Epstein, such as flight logs, memos, communications, and also immunity deals. It also points out that while victims' details and explicit content may still be redacted, the bill limits redactions based on embarrassment or reputation. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
Work hard, save wisely, and you'll get ahead. To a lot of people, that capitalist promise is starting to feel like a con. The wealth gap is expanding, student debt is ballooning, and affordable housing is a relic of the past. Is capitalism failing today's youth? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamningirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे ही
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions. If there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves, there's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदंग ने ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi. He worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of their things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर पर we have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
Work hard, save wisely, and you'll get ahead. To a lot of people, that capitalist promise is starting to feel like a con. The wealth gap is expanding, student debt is ballooning, and affordable housing is a relic of the past. Is capitalism failing today's youth? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, Saudi Arabia is continuing to advance its status as a global aviation hub, and in line with the Saudi aviation strategy, the kingdom aims to see passenger capacity rise to 330 million passengers per year and 4.5 million tons of cargo throughput by the year 2030. Well, Airbus is already a big part of that journey and has clocked up a series of major deals. Well, I'm joined here in the studio by Gabriel Semeras, who is the Airbus President, Africa and Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
Let's just start by sort of really setting the scene for our viewers. If you could just tell us, what is Airbus's presence in this region and in particular in Saudi Arabia?
Well, absolutely. I mean, Airbus has been in the region for many decades, specifically in Saudi Arabia. We've been here for the last 25 years. Present in the three divisions of the company, as you know, commercial aircraft, defense and space, and also in helicopters. On the commercial aircraft, we obviously have more than 200 aircraft in operation with the main carriers, FlyNAS, with also Saudia, Flyadeal, the low-cost carrier of Saudia. And as you probably saw, recently announced some orders with Riyadh Air, the new airline of the kingdom, connecting the world. So we are serving Riyadh Air as well, soon to deliver some A320 ones to them. And also we announced an order of 350s at the Paris Air Show, which will be coming very soon as well with the airline. Also with the leasing company from the PIF, Abilis, we announced a big order as well with some 350 freighters and also some single-aisle A320 aircraft. So absolutely devoted for that. Obviously the need, and that shows a bit the collaboration that we're doing with the Vision 2030, the need for aircraft in Saudi Arabia is growing. With this backlog, on top of the 200 aircraft in operation, we've got more than 450 aircraft to come just in Saudi Arabia. As you know, Saudi Arabia is attracting a lot of travel in the region, tourism, but also religious travel. In fact, 3 of the main routes, busiest routes in the world, according to IATA, are in Saudi Arabia. From Dubai to Riyadh, Riyadh Jeddah, and Jeddah Cairo, which is impressive. I mean, when you look at the ambition of 2030 of having 300 million passengers to come, they're already on the journey to that, so that's pretty impressive. Of course, we also have some activities with defense and space. The main one are the Eurofighter planes, which are obviously part of our consortium as well. We have a share in the Eurofighter consortium for those jets that are operated by the Air Force. The refueling aircraft will be called the MRTTs, which are to refuel the fighter jets, but also to carry transport troops, medical evacuation in international missions. There will be the biggest fleet with up to 10 aircraft coming in soon into the Air Force outside Europe. And of course, the military transport aircraft that we have, the C295s, which have been operating in the kingdom for quite some time. And on top of that, if you add all the helicopters activity, we have more than 100 helicopters from Airbus flying there, with companies also from the PIF, like the helicopter company, private operators, but also with the Air Force and other branches of the Ministry of Defense. So quite a big presence, more than 400 employees now in Saudi Arabia. And as I said, we've been there for over 25 years.
Wow, so all of that happening, and you mentioned Riyadh Air, and we've had Riyadh Air on this programme. Clearly, you're seeking to capitalise on all of that momentum. We have heard some reports that, sometimes it isn't possible for demand and supply to match perfectly. Is it going to be possible to deliver and, match the demand with Airbus aircraft?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, there's a huge demand for aircraft. We've never seen such a backlog. We've got more than 8,500 aircraft in the backlog around the world. There is a plan to ramp up production. So, for example, on the single-aisle program, which is one of our most successful programs on the A320, we're planning to ramp up to 75 aircraft a month. That is impressive, as you see. 75 aircraft in 2027. We've recently announced the opening of 2 new assembly lines, one in the US, in Mobile, Alabama, and one in China as well, which adds up to 10 assembly lines. Wide bodies as well on the 350 program. Currently doing a rate of 6 a month. Our plan is to ramp up to 12, so that's doubling the production of the aircraft by 2028. Similarly, on the A330, a bit more of a shy production in that sense, but still 4 aircraft a month, and in 2027 we'll be going up to 5 aircraft a month. So that's the plan. Of course, we see there is a growing demand, and we are ramping up, obviously together with our supply chain, to make sure that we can deliver to that demand.
Well, it sounds like you're firing on all cylinders at the moment. In terms of manufacturing, you mentioned various plants around the world. Any ideas that perhaps in the future you could perhaps do some manufacturing in this region?
Well, there's obviously plans in place. We look at the whole supply chain, the whole ecosystem. As you know, the aerospace industry is a highly regulated industry, so we need those suppliers to be at the real standards. Everything has to be certified according to certain standards, EASA, FAA, and we need those suppliers to deliver it to quality, deliver to time, and to be able to match those needs on the production. We've done a scoping of the whole supply chain and the whole supply chain ecosystem in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You probably saw recently as well some announcements around qualifying local companies for the sourcing of titanium and aluminium. So there are partnerships we're building upon. Another good example is the partnership we have with SAMI, which is part of the PIF group as well, to do all the MRO activities for the military assets that we have in the kingdom. So indeed, there is a capacity, and we're constantly exploring the opportunities that we have in the kingdom with local supply chain.
And when it comes to sourcing talent locally, I know you've expanded quite significantly. We do sometimes hear from people that we talk to that finding the right people isn't always easy, given that the market is undergoing so much growth. Are you finding you're having to import talent, or are you finding the local talent you need?
I mean, if we look at the global market forecast for the next 20 years, we have a huge need for new aircraft. And as a consequence with that, we obviously need the people to operate those aircraft, to service those aircraft, and also even at the cabin crew to operate those aircraft. So yes, there is a huge need. Just in the region, we estimate the need of around 265,000 additional people. So clearly having those people properly trained is a must for us to be able to deliver in our commitments. So as Airbus, we are providing long-term partnerships. We are about transferring as well know-how so that we can develop the local ecosystems. And we're cooperating with a lot of these local stakeholders, universities, educational partners, training schools as well, to gear up all the workforce in order to be able to deliver those aircraft and the ecosystem to be ready when it has to be. So yes, human capital is part also of the Vision 2030, key aspect of the angle, and also a key aspect of our strategy in the kingdom to provide those needs in the country.
Okay, just talk us through your medium to long-term plans in this particular region.
So medium to long term, we look at commercial aviation. I said that there is a huge need. The global market forecast indicates there is a need of around 3,750 aircraft that are required in this region in order to cater for that growth. And it's impressive because when you look at other parts of the world and the split between single aisle and wide body, it's in the Middle East. You see there is a 43% need on wide body aircraft. I mean, you've probably flown on routes from Dubai to Riyadh where you're operating an A380 aircraft for a 1.5-hour route. You don't see that in other parts of the world. And the planes are full. We have also with Saudia the high-density A330 aircraft, which carries up to 300 passengers, also on the same route. I mean, it's impressive, that growth. And we see it continuing to grow. And the establishment and obviously the growing middle class, not just in Saudi Arabia, but also in the Middle East, we see it growing above the GDPs. So obviously people have a need to travel, connecting families, connecting businesses, also transporting cargo, which is very important. So clearly there is a growing need, and we are there to support the airlines and to support the economies in that path of growth.
Indeed. I mean, I've been on an A380 very recently between Dubai and Riyadh. It was full. I mean, there will be people who are wondering why not produce more A380s, given that those planes are all operating at maximum capacity, as far as I can see.
Yeah, indeed. So the A380 is a fantastic product, as you say. In the UAE, we have Emirates, obviously operating the biggest fleet of A380s. But of course, we're looking also at innovation, new products. A350 is our latest generation aircraft. It's got brand new engines developed by Rolls-Royce, which are 20 to 25% more efficient than oldest generation engines. As well as 70% of the aircraft is advanced materials. So the A350 is the new standard, these new technologies, and it's also a fantastic experience. So if you have the chance to fly on an A350, you'll see the high quality of the product and the cabin that we can offer and the airlines can offer in such type of products.
In terms of making air travel more ecologically friendly, what sort of innovations are there at Airbus in order to meet that goal?
Well, I mean, obviously one of the biggest innovations is the development of those new products like the A350 that I was mentioning. Just providing that 20 to 25% more fuel efficient means obviously less CO2 emissions, which is already in that journey of what we call the net zero to 2050. Saudi Arabia, for example, is in that journey of renewing the fleets. They probably have one of the lowest average age of fleets around the world, which is already going in that direction of reducing the CO2 emissions. The second pillar that we have, where we are also advising and supporting airlines and also local producers in the ecosystem, are sustainable aviation fuels. We see this as the most immediate way of reducing, in addition to the renewal of the fleets. Clearly, the challenge that we have is the price of SAF and the availability of SAF around the world. But we believe it's clearly our aircraft, we are investing in them being able to operate on a 50% blend of SAF. By 2030, they'll be able to operate on 100% SAF. But of course, we need to develop that ecosystem. We're doing a lot of work with the Civil Aviation Authority in Saudi, who is a great promoter of SAF. And we want to support the ecosystem in developing that so that then we can continue on the net zero journey of 2050.
Okay, well, it's all we have time for, unfortunately. But it's been a real pleasure talking to you and finding out about Airbus in this region. Gabriel Simelas, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks to you, Tom. Thank you very much.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Houston. Houston, Texas counts as probably one of the most interesting, mysterious cities in the world. And this is perhaps mainly because of its Space Center, the place for NASA's astronaut training and flight control complex. Alongside its outer space and otherworldly curiosities, the city also includes the Theater District, the Houston Grand Opera, the Historic District, among others. The city is beautified with 19th century inspired architecture with trendy establishments. It's known for being one of the diverse places to live in Texas. Welcome to Houston. Here you'll find world-class attractions and events. Its dining, shopping, entertainment, and nightlife are commendable as well. Space and science is, of course, one of the things unique to the city. Houston was actually the first spoken word from the moon. You'll find NASA's Johnson Space Center here. Energy, aeronautics, transportation, manufacturing, and with a leading healthcare sector, are things to boast about Houston. Best of all, the city's resources for space and science is what provides tourists and residents an abundance of employment opportunities and educational advantages. At the same time, Houston is also home to a lot of shopping fun. The Galleria is the largest mall in Texas, providing pure shopping gratification for visitors. The suburb is in fact called a leading outdoor retail outlet spot, as it hosts over 200 specialty stores in its compound. Another thing you've probably heard about the city are its sports teams. Professional football, baseball, basketball, and soccer games are big here. Houston is home to Reliant Astrodome, Minute Maid Park, Toyota Center, and BBVA Compass Stadium, and sports enthusiasts flock to see the Astros, Texans, Dynamos, and Rockets play their best game. College sports are major here too. Houston has 5 prominent teams to follow. Minor leagues play around town as well, including the women's teams. At the same time, a variety of annual sports-themed events are scheduled all year round, such as golf tournaments, running marathons, and the rodeo, among others. Also find in the city a 17-block area full of entertainment and arts. Art organizations, galleries, plazas, and movie theaters line the streets of downtown Houston. Be sure to visit one or catch a show during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Work hard, save wisely, and you'll get ahead. To a lot of people, that capitalist promise is starting to feel like a con. The wealth gap is expanding, student debt is ballooning, and affordable housing is a relic of the past. So is capitalism failing today's youth? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. For most of the 20th century, each generation was more prosperous than the one before it, until now. In the US, the top 1% of earners now hold about a third of the country's collective wealth. In the UK, the richest 10% hold more than half the national wealth. So is it any wonder that millennials are starting to explore other economic models? You only have to look at the results of the New York City mayoral election to see it playing out in real time.
It's satisfying to see someone my age believes same beliefs as me who wants to make it more affordable in New York City.
We're going to make the city affordable. We're going to have free buses. We're going to have free childcare. It actually feels like somebody who lives here and feels our struggle.
And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. A recent Gallup poll found that although capitalism does remain more favourable among Americans than socialism, that gap is narrowing. Today, 54% favoured it over socialism compared to 60% in 2021. The image of socialism, however, has remained steady. Billionaire Peter Thiel appears to have foreshadowed this trend back in 2020. An email he sent to Meta executives has gone viral again, warning corporate America that while socialism may not be the answer, young people are fed up with crony capitalism. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, has capitalism failed today's youth? Is this a worrying development? And we throw our panel a curveball and ask, should billionaires even exist? Well, joining us for this program is Fiona Lally, a political activist who is a member of the British Revolutionary Communist Party. And also on our panel is Charlie Mullins, an entrepreneur and businessman who founded and was the CEO of Pimlico Plumbers. We appreciate both of you here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, an email from billionaire venture capitalist Peter Thiel, the one he wrote back in 2020, is doing the rounds again. He wrote what now seems to be quite a prolific email to Facebook execs, urging them to take young people's attraction to socialism seriously. He said, and I quote, "When 70% of millennials say they're pro-socialist, we need to do better than simply dismiss them by saying they're stupid and entitled or brainwashed. We should try and understand why." Charlie, this was back in 2020. Is it that young people want socialism, or are they just becoming more and more jaded by capitalism?
Well, I actually think that they actually want it more, the socialism. I think the fact that, you know, they've had probably a fairly luxurious life, a spoiled life, an entitled life. Not all of them, of course, but I think the fact that they don't need to work so much, they're less inclined to sort of support the capitalism. And I feel that they've just become into a sort of area where they feel that it's unnecessary. They just go with the flow. They're being given too many handouts, being given too much help. And, you know, in a way, I think they're playing the victim. I know this is not what this Peter Thiel thinks or doesn't want us to be saying, but I honestly feel it's to do with that. And I think technology hasn't helped it. I think that's made it so much simpler for them to go that route and not go the route of becoming a business person or creating sort of more work and creating more wealth. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Fiona, what's your take? Is it that young people have had too many handouts, they've had it easy. Technology has made life easy for us, and maybe now they're being attracted to socialism, whereas perhaps capitalism is what got them the good life, as Charlie describes it.
Yeah. To be honest, I almost don't even feel the need to make an argument based on what Charlie just said, because I think it really represents just how out of touch the ruling class and much of the establishment and millionaires are with young people today, and not only their lives, but also the mood that exists amongst young people. I mean, this is the first generation that is going to be worse off than their parents. Young people are saddled with debt by the time they get into their mid-20s. The thought of buying a house is a far-off dream for so many people. Lots of young people are putting off and not even considering having kids because of the cost of living crisis. I mean, it's just extraordinary to suggest that young people are looking towards socialism just because they're living a life of luxury. In fact, it's the opposite. It's the fact that capitalism has produced so much inequality in their own lives here in the West, but also around the world through war and genocide and imperialism. That's making young people think this system is sick and I want an alternative. And so many of them are looking to socialism, and even beyond socialism, they're looking to communism and communist ideas because they want something fundamentally different than what capitalism has to offer them, because it's offering them nothing and definitely not a future.
Charlie, jump in here. What do you make of that?
I think it's very rude of what she said that I'm out of touch. I run a plumbing empire, which I sold to the Americans for 150 mil. I've started up a new business called...
I think that makes you out of touch.
No, just listen to me, bear me out, and you're telling me I'm out of touch. You know, what we need to do is encourage more people into the workplace, encourage more people to create wealth, and everybody benefits from it. But unfortunately, we've made life too simple for many people. But for you to say that, honestly, I mean, in the UK, that would be laughable to say that to somebody like me. I mean, it's like, you know, what the child that I come from was from nothing. And, you know, I've done very well, fortunately, in my life. And a lot of people have benefited by me doing well. And I think you'll find that the more people that become like into capitalism will help to create more people to come away from the socialism side of it. But I know you're nodding your head and, you know, we can disagree politely, but one of us is wrong and it's not me.
I think when 8 people own as much wealth as half of the whole planet, of half of the world, it's ridiculous to suggest that you can just work a bit harder in the system and make it somewhere. This system is fundamentally rigged against the working class in particular. You might have had one individual journey, and maybe you think you're very special and very unique as a product of that. But the majority of people today, their lives are getting harder. Inequality is growing. The gap between the rich and the poor is the highest it has ever been. And that, by the way, is what produces all of this extraordinary wealth. First of all, it's workers themselves that produce the wealth in society, but it's the capitalists at the top that hoard that wealth for themselves. That's why you're selling companies for 150 million pounds or whatever it is you just said, right? That doesn't then sprinkle down to other ordinary people. Actually, people's conditions are getting harder. And I think for a lot of young people, they don't buy into this idea that, yeah, if I just keep going, things will be easier. To buy a house, I'm going to have to pay on average 6 times more than my parents did to buy a house. Where am I going to get that money from? It's not coming from massive increases in wages. I'm spending most of my money actually on rent in order to live in London. You don't live in London, I think, as you've already said so.
Well,
so how are young people supposed to get?
I still respect where I live, but you said the houses are 6 times more, but they're probably earning 8 times more. And to say that you can't buy an house now, there's many people, young people I know that get off their backsides, they go out there and they make it happen. And you know, technology should be helping people now. You know, you can sit at home, you can sell property from all over the world. They haven't even got to move out of their house. And you're telling me that it's harder for these people to try and do well in life and buy an house and better themselves. But, you know, I'm going to disagree with you. You know, a lot of this, you know, I believe is about lazy people that are not prepared to put themselves out. And the opportunities are out there. But unfortunately, we pay too many people to sit at home and do nothing.
Well, you can believe what you want, but the facts are the facts about the conditions that young people find themselves in today and why it's so much harder for them to get ahead. And I just think what you're saying and the attitude that's coming across, look, in the past, there was a lot of propaganda about socialism and communism as this dangerous thing, and the ruling class invested so much in it to make sure that young people didn't become socialists and they didn't become communists. But we're living in a time now when more and more people are identifying with that word. In fact, last weekend in London, I just spoke at a meeting of over 1,000 communists in central London, the majority of whom under the age of 30 in the room. And that is because of the conditions of capitalism today. And it's because of people like you. You're actually creating more socialists with everything you're saying. When you say things like, you're all just lazy, all of you should just work a bit harder.
All of
when
you
people,
are lazy.
even
I said
at
there's a certain amount of
university,
them.
are working multiple jobs. It's just ludicrous in compared to like what
the way you're saying it,
experiencing.
You're trying to knock wealthy people, or let's call them job creators or investors or people that train people or people that get them into a job. Why call them rich people? Why not just call them job creators, wealth creators, rather than knocking people?
I'll call them parasites.
We knock successful people, and the people that knock them are socialists. And because they're not prepared to go out and make it happen. And you're smiling, and I find it quite amusing also. But I don't think it's a funny thing. I think we need to find a solution to help it. If we carry on, if we don't encourage capitalism, then it's us lot that are paying for the socialism. It's us that are paying.
You said that we need to find a solution, Charlie. So I'm curious what you think as a businessman, as an entrepreneur. Do you think that socialism will solve the problems that Fiona has identified, this idea of not being able to afford a home, being worse off than their parents? Do you think that socialism could improve the situation for some young people?
Well, I'm sure it can be improved, but what I'm trying to say is that if you're giving people money for doing nothing, they all want to join the club and take the easy route out. So, you know, it's just as difficult. For years, you know, that you couldn't buy an house years ago. You had to change and work differently. But, you know, I honestly believe that the technology has made things worse. I think people just prepare to sit at home more. And, you know, to start knocking people that have put something back into society, paid a lot of tax and helped many people, I think it's the wrong way to be knocking. Why would you penalise successful people? I just don't understand that.
Do you pay a lot of tax? Do you pay a lot of tax, Charlie?
Sorry? Do I pay a lot of tax?
Do you pay a lot of tax?
I paid in
because actually the richest.
Let me answer your question, lady. I paid in over £100 million in tax in my lifetime on a personal basis. So maybe that answers your question.
Okay, because
that's a lot of money, Fiona. I mean, he's contributing to a welfare system in the UK that does support a lot of people. I mean, his tax probably have a lot of benefits to people back in the United Kingdom.
It's, at the end of the day, it's a drop. £100 million is a drop in the ocean in terms of what Britain actually needs to provide a decent standard of living for all people in society. We don't need to go into the specific financial details of Charlie. I made that comment because on my brief research about him before this, he was talking about moving abroad precisely to avoid labour, avoid potential taxes on rich people in society, which is what the super rich tend to do, which is what billionaires tend to do. They avoid that as much as they can because they hoard all of the wealth in society that could be used for the needs of society. I mean, we talked about what is the solution to inequality. I think all of us would agree that there's a crisis in society right now. socialism is about having an economy that is planned on the base of need and not profit, so that we invest into the sectors that need that support, like the NHS. The fact that the NHS right now has about 100,000 missing vacancies in it because the conditions are so bad, because the pay is so low. That is an anarchic, irrational system. We should have an economy, I would say, that's planned so that we get the right training for the right jobs where we actually need it, not on where some people can just suddenly make super profits in society. That's how capitalism is organized. That's why so much is invested in the arms industry, for example, where people can now make super profits off the back of war, of destruction, of genocide. I think that's an extreme system, actually. As a socialist, as a communist, I often get accused of having extreme views. I think it's much more extreme to defend the inequality that capitalism is producing today and the horrors that it is producing. So yeah, I would say socialism is the solution to the crisis that we're currently living through.
Charlie, I'll get your response to that, and then I've got a second question for you, Fiona.
Yeah. Well, look, not all business people hold back and avoid taxes. Many, like myself, that are paid into the system, and without it, you wouldn't have the socialism that you've got. So, again, I think you're unfairly knocking people that have contributed quite a lot to it. And if I'm being honest, it's typical of a lot of people that are socialism or socialists like yourself that knock people that are contributing to it. I mean, we all need to work together with that, we know. And you said people need to be paid more, and I agree with you, but they can only be paid more by business people creating a business, creating jobs, training people and paying into the system. So, you know, one doesn't work without the other. And I feel, you know, as much as, you know, I hear what you're saying, of course I do. But unfortunately, you know, the situation is getting worse. We need to find an answer to it. And the answer to it is getting people into the workplace and contribute. That's the answer.
Fiona, let me put this to you. So if we, according to the Office of Budget Responsibility in the UK, the top 10% of contributors, or of taxpayers, of earners, contribute approximately 60% of all tax revenue in the UK. So when you consider that, and then you look at perhaps how capitalism, socialism has failed in certain countries. I use examples such as Venezuela or Cuba. When you look at that system and then you compare it to the United Kingdom, where you have 10% of people contributing 60% of the tax revenue, give us your thoughts on why you think that that's a worse system than what's operating in, say, Cuba or Venezuela.
Well, first of all, I'd say Cuba and Venezuela have also been victims of Western imperialism, and particularly American imperialism, that has strangled the revolutions that took place in those countries and made the conditions in those countries extremely difficult. And they're getting worse every single day. And just in the last couple of weeks, we've seen Trump making more statements about his intentions in Venezuela. If we want to discuss what happened in Venezuela and Cuba, that would be a whole discussion in and of itself in terms of the process that has happened there. But if we just focus on Britain for a moment, I think, look, the point is this. What I'm fighting for is not just more of a kind of super wealth tax on the super rich, which is an idea that's put out, I think also by different left-wing MPs have put this out. The Green Party and Jeremy Corbyn, people like this have advocated for a wealth tax, right, on the highest earners in society. And sure, I support that. But realistically speaking, the way in which capitalism functions, I'm a communist, right? So I'm fighting for a world, for a society without bosses, without landlords. I think that workers should take control over their own workplaces. I think that workers are the people who produce wealth in society. I don't think it's the bosses, the CEOs who just produce all of the jobs and we should thank them for that. No, it's workers who are contributing the most, and therefore there should be democratic control over how all of that, how the workplace actually looks like, how our resources are allocated in society. Obviously, what I'm arguing for is a fundamental transformation of how the economy and our society is organized. And that's very different from just a wealth tax here or there.
Charlie, you're saying you want more people in the workplace. So if Fiona is saying, you know, workers want to take more responsibility, more ownership for their work, could that not perhaps encourage more people to be engaged if they felt more ownership of the work they were doing?
Well, look. Obviously, all workers should be treated with respect and paid accordingly to what they contribute. I'm all for higher wages, but for that to happen, you know, the people like myself have got to invest money in a business and make it happen. And you say, you know, not all workers are treated disrespectfully. Some are paid very well, many are, and you know, they buy their own house and they have a wonderful life out of it. So I think you're sort of, you're really sort of, what's the word? You're knocking the thing that's actually creating the wealth and saying that these people are not paying their fair share. But without bosses and without capitalism, then you lot would have no money. Basically, you'd have a lot less money than what you've got now by knocking people to go to work. And I just think, look, we'd love to resolve the problem, but you will never resolve the problem while you are giving people money for doing nothing. You will never resolve that problem. The UK economy is in a big mess at the moment. Why? Because we've got more people taking out of the pot than putting in the pot. You know, people have got to contribute to make the things better all the way around. But the way you're sort of wording it, it's like as if we're rivals and enemies. And you believe me, most bosses, they respect their workers, they pay them well because they know that everybody benefits from it.
Fiona?
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, I would say we are enemies. I would say that we are living through a class war, and class war is necessary. And I think the idea that we can all be friends and come and sit around the table as though there's an equal relationship between a boss and a worker is fundamentally false. We fundamentally disagree. And that's because you're speaking from the point of view of the ruling class, of the capitalists, and I'm speaking from the point of view of the working class, within which there is a fundamentally exploitative relationship where workers are forced. You have to have a job, obviously, in order to live, in order to pay your rent or a mortgage or food on the table, all of these kind of things, right? You have no say over what your wages are, what those conditions are. The only time workers can improve their lives is through things like strike action, is through collective struggle and collective bargaining. I support that because it's the only way in which workers are able to gain some power over the situation that they find themselves in. The suggestion that we can all come around the table and agree and be friends is so out of odds with the reality of the situation and the reality of the relationship. It might not feel nice to you as a boss, the idea that workers don't like you, but it's not really about you or your personality. It's not even about you as an individual, to be honest. What I'm talking about is the whole system and the way the system is set up. And I think a lot of people feel, you were talking about how we need more people who contribute than take away. Well, that's exactly what billionaires are. That's exactly why billionaires are the problem, because they sit at the top of society, amassing this huge amount of wealth that no one needs at all. And they don't put it back into the economy. They don't put it into things that we need, like the NHS, which is grotesquely underfunded, which leads to deaths, which leads to problems in people's lives. They don't put it into what they actually need. They put it into their own little projects where they can make more money off of money. That's why I call it parasitical. This is a crazy system, and people die as a result, and that is irrational, and it makes me angry. But also from a logical point of view, that seems like a totally the worst possible way for us to organize our society. And I think there's a lot of young people in particular today that are questioning that. Why do we live in a society where there's billionaires and homeless people on the street? Why is that necessary? when we actually have the resources in society.
We're going to come specifically to billionaires shortly, Fiona. So I'm just going to put a pin in that answer for you, Charlie, and I'm going to get you to respond to some of Fiona's points when we come more specifically to billionaires in just a moment. But Charlie, I want to ask you this. Universities were free, or almost free, in the UK until 1998, and in Australia until 1989. So haven't a whole generation already benefited from one of the pillars of socialism that's now been taken away and forced many young people into student debt?
Yeah, look, again, I think they've been directed down the wrong route. I think they've been directed to university, which in a lot of cases has been unnecessary. They're not getting the jobs that they've trained for. They've wound up getting a load of debt. We just need to be more realistic and direct people into the jobs that are out there for them, and not the jobs that they think they're entitled to. I mean, a lot of the people, like the millennium people that was pushed into university, it's come unstuck now because no longer is the degree, the value of what they set out to be. They expected this is going to be all and end all. And, you know, we've gone the wrong way about pushing youngsters into a certain area. And unfortunately, I'm going to go back to what I say. Too many of them feel that they're entitled to get more for doing nothing. And you said something about bosses and workers and, you know, having a better relationship. You can have a better relationship, but you're either a worker or a boss. You can't be the both. You know, you can't have the tail wagging the dog kind of thing. So, you know, I think you're saying about better relationship. Well, that's wonderful, but don't ever run away with the idea that your staff can call the shots and run the show, because if they could, they would be the boss and you'd be the worker.
Would they, Fiona? I mean, leadership is important, is it not?
Yeah, and what I'm arguing is that I think most workers know better than their boss the best way to run their own workplace. That applies to the organization of it, the health and safety rules, all of these things. If you go to many workplaces, most people will talk, they know what they're doing, and then the boss comes in and says a few different things. I mean, this is the point. We're coming at this, we are diametrically opposed, because you obviously think that bosses are the most intelligent, needed people to run certain companies. I
never said that at all.
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that workers, and that's what I'm fighting for. That's what I support.
I never said that.
Workers' control.
Look, I never said that at all. But for you to come up with the workers are more knowledgeable and more intelligent and more better than the boss, I mean, that is absolutely rubbish. Why are they not the boss then?
Because of the way that capitalism is set up.
The difference is I got up and was prepared to go to work and work hard and invest my money and create a business and get 500 people into work, 1,200 apprentices, and I've got someone like yourself telling me that I've got it wrong. Well, I haven't got it wrong.
Fiona, do you think if Charlie's saying he hasn't got it wrong, capitalism has been blamed perhaps for a host of perceived problems, even if they aren't the root cause of them? I mean, young people are disgruntled by the current system. They say it's broken. But is capitalism really the root cause of all those issues? I mean, Charlie's arguing it isn't. Is that just the brush that it's being painted with? And that's why we're seeing this groundswell at the moment.
Yeah, I think capitalism is the source of the problems in people's lives, because fundamentally it's down to how the economy is organized, right? We agree, obviously, we live in a capitalist system where production is done on the basis of profit and not need. That is what drives capitalism forward, right? The reason that as a boss you're investing in certain things is in order for you to make a profit. You're not doing it just out of the goodness of your heart. You're looking to make profits, right? And it's that drive to profit which means that we then live in a very unbalanced economy where, as I said earlier, you have things like the NHS, education, these really important sectors are underfunded and right now are failing because under the laws of the capitalist system, it's not useful for them to invest in that. Even though if you were thinking about it from a long-term perspective for capitalism, you'd want a healthy, educated workforce. But that's a separate question. I can't talk about the logic of the capitalist class in 2025, which seems to have gone out the window. But the point is this: I think young people today can see that it's the system as a whole that is the source of their problems. It's not just one boss who's particularly nasty or particularly mean, which is a good thing, I would say, that it's not about individuals. It's about the way in which this economy is organized, and people want an alternative to that, and a radical alternative to that as well. It's very hard when your life and the life of your friends and your colleagues is getting harder and harder. Meanwhile, we can see that the life of the super rich is getting better, and that you can't hide that in society. That as the rich get richer, the rest of us are getting poorer. That's a fact of life under capitalism today. And so, what else would people blame their problems on? Well, I guess Charlie would say people aren't working hard enough, but I think if you're a nurse in the NHS struggling to get by because your ward doesn't have enough doctors, doesn't have enough staff, there's loads of patients coming in, the idea that you should just work harder to make your life better, I think it's an insult, and not just to NHS staff.
Yeah, that's not exactly what I meant, and you know that. You use the term NHS a lot on the sympathy vote. You said about bosses, they make profit, as if it's a bad word. I mean, that's why you open a business, for profit. And again, many people benefit from that. But, you know, of course we need more money into the NHS, but the only way you're going to get that is more capitalism, more people creating wealth, more people contributing into society, but instead of draining society. So, you know, I feel that, you know, you when you talk about, you know, profits, you say it as if it's a bad word. I mean, what bit of rich makes you most annoyed, the word rich? What bit of that annoys you the most?
What annoys... I don't understand the question, sorry.
Look, I know it's not a difficult question, but you seem to be very annoyed by the word rich. Why does that annoy you?
Yeah. Well, I'm a communist. I'm opposed to the super rich hoarding all of the wealth in society. And you're saying, oh, the way to save the NHS is more capitalism. What that means today in Britain is privatization, because some people can see that the NHS is falling apart, and you've got American companies in particular that are going in and they've already begun privatizing different aspects of the NHS, which means that it's going to be harder for people to get the healthcare that they need. We're going to have to start paying for certain aspects of healthcare.
Yeah,
do you think that's going to make... Do you think that's going to make people in Britain
bosses
more healthy?
Job creators because of that. You've got to blame the government for the system that they're not running correctly. I mean, you can't, you know, why keep blaming successful people that have created jobs, that are training people, that are putting money back into society? And they're not all greedy people. I mean, I've probably given more money away than you know, probably what you, I don't know, earned kind of thing. You know, so I just feel that...
You've got a lot more to give.
I'll be honest. Well, but you laugh as if it's a joke, but it's obviously not a joke, because a lot of youngsters' future is at stake here, and we need to resolve the problem. And the way to resolve the problem is to get people into the workplace and look after them and make sure they get a good living, and we all contribute.
So, Charlie, are you saying that if people just work harder, they'll be able to get ahead?
No, I never said that. I think it'd be a good start if people just worked. You know, we've got a lot of people that are milking the system. But you're going like that as if I'm talking rubbish. I know. I mean, we know there's many people that are on the benefit system that don't need to be. Anybody that needs to be with mental health issues, general disabilities, or caring for people, we should give them all the help possible. But the lazy people that can work and won't work, they're the ones that are causing the problem.
Fiona, are they? I mean, if those people were in the workforce contributing taxes, wouldn't that make things a bit better off?
Of course, people want to work. People want to work. In fact, youth unemployment is growing at the moment. In Britain at the moment, youth unemployment is about 12%. And that's also because what you have, especially for young people when they graduate university, I read something recently that showed loads of the jobs that people apply to on Indeed, they're not even real jobs. It's like AI harvesting data, right? And for like tens of thousands of jobs, there's like 1 million applicants because people are desperately searching for work. The idea that the problems of young people not right now is the result of them being lazy. As I said at the beginning, I think it's really out of touch with the mood and the anxiety that young people have. I mean, you brushing this off, and it's not just you, it's other media commentators about young people. It's just mental health. It's all made up. Gen Z, they don't want to work hard. I think it's out of touch with the mood, and it's a contempt, actually. And by the way, that contempt is why people don't like the rich, as you put it, or you said why are you so annoyed at the rich? Why are you so annoyed at successful people? It's because the way in which you patronize people into believing that if everyone just worked a bit harder, they could get ahead in the system. And I'm telling you, everyone is working very hard and they're not getting ahead.
Well, they're not.
Because of the system
Really, they're not.
rigged in the way that it is.
Not. Yeah, look again, I'm all for getting people into work, and I hate it when people are not working and they're draining off the system. And, you know, obviously you have this issue with somebody that's done well in life or somebody that's rich, but them people without them, the socialism side of things will be a lot worse off. So I think we need to encourage people to do well and to put more back into society rather than sitting back, belly aching about we ain't got a job, we ain't got this, we haven't got this, we haven't got that. You know, it's out there. The work is out there. And unfortunately, you've got many people that are just prepared to sit back and take and not contribute.
Can I say, I think you consider things like the welfare state as just an example of socialism, which I would say it isn't. But the point is, today, under capitalism, that welfare state is being attacked. It's being mauled. In fact, the logic of capitalism means that they want to cut any aspects of the welfare that still exist to pay for militarism, because the ruling class, particularly across Europe and in the West, want to spend loads of money on the army so that they can continue their imperialist exploits all around the world. So you seem to think that people like socialism because they've had it too good for too long. It's the opposite. People like socialism because capitalism is producing horror. It's producing austerity in their own lives. And it's also producing horror in other parts of the world. And so that's why people are moving towards social state.
You're asking me a question and you're answering it for me. So you're wrong, basically. You're saying some of the things you're saying. I'm all for getting people into work. I'm all for helping people, but they have to help themselves. And the NHS system, of course, it needs much more money. But unless you get people that are prepared to come away from being a socialist and start going out there and creating a job and creating wealth, not all businesses and wealthy people are bad people, but, you know, majority I know are very good people and they actually help to get things going. So I feel that, you know, so somehow you've got it in your mind that it's a terrible thing to be successful.
OK, that's probably a good point for me to circle back to some of the points that Fiona made earlier that I said I would allow you to respond to, Charlie, because I want to talk specifically about billionaires and the ultra-rich, because there's no doubt we live in very contradictory times, as our debate this evening is evidence of. It doesn't just feel like the rich are getting richer. They actually are. An Oxfam report found that globally billionaire wealth grew by $2 trillion in 2024. And that is particularly troubling to some people because during that same time, according to the World Bank, the people living in poverty, that number barely moved. There are others, some leading economists, who have argued that billionaires are vital to the economy because they're innovators, they're employers, and they've revolutionised our societies and improved the way we live. So there's two sides to this very lucrative coin here. So, Charlie, let me ask you, and also in response to what Fiona was saying a little bit earlier in our debate, should billionaires exist?
Of course. Yeah, of course it should. You know, yeah, undoubtedly. I mean, you know, again, a billionaire is not a terrible word. I mean, it's a wonderful thing if you are a billionaire, and imagine how much you put back into society by becoming a billionaire.
Fiona, when you look at the innovation, when you look at the employment that billionaires have been able to produce, if you look at someone like Bill Gates, the development of the desktop computer. I mean, he's a billionaire, but there's no doubt he's changed the way society works. People work, people can engage in education and the workforce. Is there a place for them in society?
No, I would say billionaires should not exist at all. But it's not just about them as individuals. Billionaires are a reflection of the capitalist system and the fact that it's dependent on the massive amounts of accumulation at one pole and absolute poverty, as you said, and degradation at the other pole. I mean, Charlie said it must be a wonderful thing to be a billionaire. Yeah, I'm sure it is. To be Jeff Bezos, I'm sure he has a lovely life. You know who doesn't have a lovely life is all of the workers who are exploited in Amazon warehouses across the world, who he tries to stop from organizing when they do to improve their conditions. His super wealth comes off the back of their super exploitation. That one thing you were saying earlier, the two things are related, the boss and the worker. Yeah, they are related. The boss can only exist off of the exploitation of the workers that the boss has. But I'm saying that workers could run those workplaces themselves because, of course, we need valuable things in society, valuable products, whether it's in technology or any other industry. But it's not just the innovation of one individual. Everyone knows that most products are the combined effort of many different people, of many different forms of work as well, and supply chains all over the world. Billionaires shouldn't exist because what they do is hold things back, actually. And I think there's actually a fear growing in some billionaires. I mean, didn't we start this program with a quote from one of them talking about maybe capitalism isn't working for young people? There's a few billionaires out there who even say maybe we should be taxed a little bit more. You know why? Because they're scared of this mood, this revolutionary mood that's growing in society. And you look at some countries like Bangladesh, like Sri Lanka, like Nepal, where you're seeing revolutions take place against the super rich, against the corrupt. And I think in the West now, some of them are looking at that and are worried. They're worried that that mood of anger exists here as well, because people are thinking, why should anyone be able to have all of that wealth? They shouldn't. And it's a reflection of the system, I would say.
And Charlie, I mean, we're also seeing that in the capitalist capital in New York City. Should multimillionaires and billionaires be worried? Do you think there's a groundswell, like what Fiona is saying? Is the time up?
I don't think there's time up at all, and I think it's wrong to say that all bosses are exploiting their workers. I mean, you know, I'm sure it happens in a minority of them, but most bosses look after their workers. You know, I run a business for 41 years before I sold it to the Americans, and you wouldn't be able to survive in the business if you exploited your workers. So to bring that in against successful people, I think it's just wrong again. And I think, if I'm being honest, I think that you just have this in your mind that, you know, being a socialist is the right thing. I mean, what motivates you? What motivation do you have being a socialist? Or what motivation have you got then? Is it that you want to go round and have an argument on an interview or a disagreement and prove that wealthy people are not no value, and, you know, the fact that we pay more tax than anybody? You know, all I get from you is the idea that, so anybody that's prepared to create jobs and train people and put money back into the country, you seem to dislike. I mean, what do you think should happen then? Maybe you're that clever. Maybe you know the answer.
Fiona? I think we need a revolution. I think we need a revolution against the billionaires and the whole of the capitalist system. What motivates me is supporting workers in their struggle against the capitalists and against the system that is producing horror, that's producing cuts and also genocide and war abroad. That's what motivates me. And the best thing, from my perspective, is that what I find when I'm having discussions with people, I've just done a university tour called Why You Should Be a Communist. I've met hundreds of students talking to them about their anger at the capitalist system and why I think socialism and communism is the alternative. More people today are open to these ideas than even 10 years ago. That mood is growing. It's growing in society. And I would even say, I mean, it's not because I'm doing nice speeches. The reason that people are thinking this way is because of the massive events that are happening in their lives already, right? It's not me who's making their rent super high and their landlord is hiking it up every time their yearly contract goes up, right? It's not me who's raising the cost of all the food in Tesco or Sainsbury's or wherever they're trying to do their shopping. It's not me who's raised the cost of train travel in Britain, so it's hundreds of pounds just to go between different cities. That is the result of the capitalist system, the ruling class, and the bosses who are raking in off the back of everyone else's misery. That is creating socialists. That is creating communists. And as I said before, it's not about their personal feelings to any one individual. If anything, that would be good for the capitalist system, because then you could get rid of one individual at the top and that would change it all. But that's not enough. We're not after individuals. We're after the whole class basis of society itself. And that's what's got to be the focus, in my opinion.
Charlie, I want to ask you... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, why didn't you answer the question that I asked you instead of waffling on about what you just did?
Repeat the question.
Well, you avoided the question.
I think you don't like my answer.
What is the motivation in being a socialist? And you went on about... I
just told you. It's my motivation in being a socialist is the liberation of the working class from the horrors of exploitation that capitalism produces, so that you don't have to go to work and hope that your boss is going to pay you a decent wage so that you can feed your family. It's so that you don't have to worry about that anxiety, so you've got a guaranteed place to live, there's guaranteed healthcare, that your life isn't down to the whims of the market and what it's going to produce in your life. That's my motivation as a socialist. It's to liberate ourselves from the. Can
I ask you a question? I'll just ask you a question. Do you go to work?
Yeah, I work for the RCP. This is my job. It's trying to build a revolutionary party to channel all of the anger that people feel against billionaires, against the capitalist system, and channel it into a force that can actually.
I'm going to be honest with you. I won't employ you because I think you're a professional troublemaker. I don't think that you're helping the situation. I'm being honest with you. I would employ.
I think you are being honest.
You're a professional troublemaker. Rather than trying to all work together, you've got this thing that everybody treats workers bad and workers are not being respected. I mean. Anyhow, that's my view on it, anyhow.
Well, let me put this to you then, Charlie, because there are some other economists, not Fiona, in the UK that have argued that this growing wealth gap in the UK should be considered alongside climate change and terrorism as risks to national security. So what do you make of that?
I'm sure they may be right, but I'll be a bit more worried about terrorism than billionaires.
But if they're worried that the wealth gap is causing such discontent in society, as perhaps Fiona has expressed, that this is so serious, it's a national security risk.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they sit there all day coming up with them things. So if that's how they see it, that's how they see it. I'm not going to totally disagree with it, but I still say that we'll be worse off without people that create jobs and people that invest back into the country and people that train people. That's the point I'm saying. I mean, if they're coming up that it's a real risk, but I'd rather face this problem than terrorists. I'm not so sure about this climate business, but, I think it's the terrorists that's the one I'd be more concerned about. I wouldn't be worried about some guy, working harder and employ more people and contribute more to society.
Fiona, final word from you on that question. Is the wage gap a national security risk?
I think it's a risk for one group of people, and that's the ruling class, right? I think that some of them can see, as you said earlier, that there is a brewing anger growing in society. The problem is, where is that anger going to go? You know, a lot of this anti-rich sentiment can be weaponized, I would say, by right-wing demagogues like Nigel Farage, who use the anger that exists in society and channel it. They scapegoat migrants, for example, and say the reason your life is getting harder is because of asylum seekers or it's because of migrants. I'm here to say, no, it's because of the way the capitalist system is set up, it's because of the super rich, and it's because of billionaires. And I hope that I can get my ideas out there to those who are willing to listen in a stronger way. Because without that, Britain is a tinderbox that is waiting to explode. I just need to make sure that that explosion is against the capitalist system itself so that we can actually solve the problems in people's lives. And that can only come about through socialism.
It's been a very interesting debate, hearing two incredibly diverse points of view. I really appreciate both of you putting your beliefs on the line there here on Counterpoints. Fiona Lally, political activist and member of the British Revolutionary Communist Party, and Charlie Mullins, British entrepreneur and businessman. Thank you both very much for your insights here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. You can, of course, keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. but I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that, to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand, for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiative. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggest that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life. That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then certainly the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and two public sector arms. They will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and President Donald Trump address business leaders from around the world at the US-Saudi Investment Forum in America. The Epstein Files bill is heading to Trump's desk after unanimous congressional approval. And an Australian prisoner makes headlines after deciding to sue for his so-called right to eat Vegemite. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has delivered the opening remarks at the US-Saudi Investment Forum alongside President Donald Trump. They both hailed the strong partnership between the two countries, and Trump said the alliance is stronger and more powerful than ever before. Top global figures, including Tesla CEO Elon Musk and Nvidia's founder, are attending that very event. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by writer and broadcaster Esther Kraku, who is over in Florida, and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, who is, of course, right here in the studio with me. So, Dr. Ellie, let's start with that investment forum that's been happening today. Some major players there when it comes to the world of business to meet the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
Definitely, it is a historical moment. And while I was watching today, two major historical events came to my mind, if you don't mind putting this in context a little bit. The first image is the image of Roosevelt meeting King Abdulaziz in 1945 after World War II, which is referred to today, till today, as the foundation of the Saudi-US special relationship. Back then, it was called the Oil for Protection deal, where a new kingdom in the Middle East was seeking international protection in return of giving up almost all of its oil at the time. And then this dependency continued. The other image I had in mind was the oil embargo of 1973, which brought the oil and that special relationship into the Arab-Israeli conflict, and where Saudi Arabia at the time decided to use oil as a weapon, as a tool, its wealth practically as a tool to pressure Israel and pressure the US to in turn pressure Israel in what's happening in the war. Today, 80 years from the first scene and 52 years from the second scene, we're seeing a completely different Saudi Arabia, a completely different kind of relationship that we have there. First, it is no longer a dependency, neither a US dependency on Saudi oil, nor a Saudi dependency on American protection. We are seeing two partners having huge amounts of common interest in all different fields, as you mentioned. And this is a relationship of partners, of peers, rather of one dependent against the other. Definitely the US is still the superpower, but then we can today speak about Saudi Arabia as a major international player, as a key component of a key partner in this deal. When it comes to the Arab-Israeli conflict, instead of using your wealth to confront and to put pressure and to be opposite to anything, today the Saudi Arabia is using its wealth to promote openness, to promote dialogue, to promote a common interest of economies and so on. These common interests are in the amount of $1 trillion, and why not $1.5 trillion, as Trump was joking? And they definitely go into so many different sectors: the technology, the latest and the better, the rare minerals, key to all the technologies and all the new developments, the defense and weapons, also a key sector, and definitely something that was very intriguing is the civil nuclear power cooperation.
As you do say, a lot of deals struck across a lot of areas. And Esther, when I saw Mohammed bin Salman and Donald Trump yesterday, they had such a warm, friendly relationship. What do you make of the visit to the White House by the Saudi Crown Prince?
I think observers will see the level of camaraderie that Trump had with MBS, particularly when he walks out of the car that brought him to the White House, where you had kind of all the pomp and circumstance of the drums and, you know, the whole welcome party. But when Donald Trump met him, he was very chatty, even talking over these drums and all the commotion going around him. And you could see they had quite a very warm relationship. And that's not something that just happens when you have a sort of foreign leader visit once a year or at the start of a president's term. This is, you know, a sustained relationship that's been going on for almost a decade now. And you can tell in the way that Donald Trump relates to MBS. I could actually go as far as say this is probably the warmest relationship that I've seen Donald Trump have with any world leader, maybe perhaps with the exception of Shinzo Abe of Japan. And I think this is really coming across in just the nature of this visit of MBS, you know, getting all these business leaders together. If you had to think of a way to really inculcate a country's business elite into that of Saudi Arabia and kind of help shape their goals, particularly for 2030. I can't think of a better way than to get the CEO of NVIDIA, Tesla's Elon Musk, and all these heavy hitters in the room to really talk business with MBS. There's no kind of pretense around it, or what you would see from the royal family of this kind of soft power fluffing around the edges. It's very much, we're in the room, let's make things happen. And I think it's a very straightforward approach that certainly Donald Trump has, and he appreciates given his business background. So I think these are two men that have achieved a lot in their lives, clearly, and they have a mutual understanding in a way that many world leaders, I think, struggle to really get with Donald Trump. He's very straightforward, very honest, very simple, and I think that's something that MBS appreciates because they always know where each other stands. I think there's also something very clever happening here with the investment summit, which is that, you know, obviously Donald Trump is only in office for 4 years, and moving forward, any country would want to to know, is this a kind of warm relationship that's going to endure and sustain, or is it just happening because, Donald Trump is quite friendly to the country? And so by inculcating himself with the business elite in America, it's kind of shoring up Saudi Arabia's investment and interest and relationship with these business elites in America that's kind of outside of politics, because politics comes and goes. Sometimes you have a left-wing party, sometimes you have a right-wing party. But particularly for the vision that MBS has for Saudi Arabia, I think the best thing to do, and which is clearly what he's doing, is to actually move outside of the politics and talk higher level, talk about business and investment and jobs and things that actually sustain a healthy political relationship as well as a business relationship. I mean, they've signed weapons deals worth billions of dollars. And, this is something that's going to clearly be a sustained relationship for the next 10 years outside of whatever sort of foreign policy problems or skirmishes that may appear, which I highly doubt would anyway. But moving forward, this is clearly going to be a sustained relationship between Saudi Arabia and the US that you didn't actually see with Biden. And it's been quite a 180-degree turn from the US in quite a positive direction.
Dr. Ellie, thoughts on what Esther said there? Yes, a very different relationship with Donald Trump that we're seeing MBS have compared to the Biden administration. And also that thinking along the lines is, has Donald Trump created a network for Saudi Arabia to now have a personal relationship with all these big hitters when it comes to AI, when it comes to rare earth minerals?
Well, going back to the Biden administration, we remember Biden saying Saudi Arabia is a pariah state. I will never visit. I will never shake his hand, and so on. And then we saw Biden in Saudi Arabia fist bumping Mohammed bin Salman at the time, and then asking him as a favor to control the oil prices during that crisis. So that's definitely Saudi Arabia is an emerging power. But then, of course, the investments that Saudi Arabia needs in order to fulfill the 2030 vision need to be sustainable, need to be trustworthy, and need to be away from different political instability, if I may say. But also we can see some key important political messages that also the US is gaining from that. For example, through the deal of the F-35s to Saudi Arabia, which did not happen to any other country in the region, or even not any of the non-NATO allies. Now it's happening with Saudi Arabia. This is a clear message to Turkey. This is a clear message to Israel that you are not only the strong allies in the region. On the rare minerals, that's definitely a clear message to China. You cannot keep on monopolizing these rare minerals. With Saudi Arabia, we can invest, we can work with African countries, we can actually extract these things. So definitely extremely mutual benefit from all these deals. And again, the two countries are establishing a strong strategic relationship for at least a decade ahead.
Very interesting points, Dr. Ellie. But Esther, let's pick up on something that Dr. Ellie spoke to us about there, and that was that F-35 sale of the jets. And we know that Saudi Arabia apparently has ordered 48 of them. And then Donald Trump designating Saudi Arabia as a non-NATO ally. And they've really interesting. Do you think this is a hugely significant moment?
I think so. I think Donald Trump is making it very clear that Saudi Arabia was and continues to be, and probably will be for the foreseeable future, an important security ally for the United States and vice versa in the region. We heard from the CEOs of one of the weapons companies that's involved in a massive deal with Saudi Arabia, that this is going to make logistics. So in terms of U.S. security partners operating within Saudi Arabia, it's going to make those kind of logistics much smoother and a lot easier. And this is really signaling Saudi Arabia's sort of stance as a primary security ally for the United States, almost on par with the likes of Turkey, which is a NATO ally. And so it's kind of shoring up the US's view of Saudi Arabia as a security ally in the region, particularly against the backdrop of this war in Gaza and this sort of lasting peace deal that many allies in the region are hoping to secure for Gaza to try and stabilize and normalize relations in the region, particularly with Israel, and kind of just move on from the last 2 years of horror. And again, this is one of those things that, once done, is not something that can be easily overturned by the upcoming administration. It's clearly a signal that moving forward, this is the stance that America has taken with Saudi Arabia. And look, there are about 20 other non-NATO allies. But I do think that it is significant that Donald Trump chose this moment to announce that they consider Saudi Arabia a non-NATO ally. And I think it gives the MBS administration a bit more security in that America is definitely in it for the long haul. And it's not going to be a sort of a wishy-washy situation with Biden, who only basically picked up the phone to call MBS when he needed him to manipulate oil prices to help with his local re-election efforts. So there's a real sort of putting your money where your mouth is and real tangible effort to shore up this security alliance with Saudi Arabia, alongside all the other sort of economic ties as well, with nuclear technology, which is huge as well, which is another thing that Saudi Arabia is investing quite heavily in, and all these business magnates really looking to Saudi Arabia as a serious investment partner moving forward. And I think the contrast is quite interesting, actually, because I think it was just back in 2018 when MBS was over in California, and he was moving with the likes of George Clooney and all the kind of movers and shakers in Hollywood and the business elites. And he was saying at the time, invest in Saudi Arabia. And at the time, that kind of didn't really pick up traction in the way that he would have wanted. They were still a bit unsure. And in the space of about 7 years, look at this massive transformation. No other country has received this kind of welcome, where even the likes of Elon Musk, who famously fell out with Donald Trump, is happy to attend a dinner at the White House to take seriously, the prospect of Saudi Arabia becoming a serious investment partner. So, what a difference a few years has made.
Dr. Ellie.
Just a quick comment maybe about the non-NATO allies. It started, of course, with the establishment of NATO, with very key members like Japan, South Korea, Australia, and so on. And then it was really distributed a bit further than that. Actually, we have Morocco, Tunisia, Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait. All of these are non-ally key members. But this is not what makes it special. What makes it special is, as Esther said, it's coming in this context. It's coming with this package. And this is what's making this announcement really a historic one.
And also, I found it quite interesting today at the investment forum, MBS and Donald Trump all gave a speech, and Donald Trump has joked with Mohammed bin Salman, can you make it $1.5 trillion? And I think Donald Trump is always trying to get a bigger bounce of money. And he is saying that he's doing it because it will create jobs in the US. Is this very beneficial for America itself, Dr. Ellie?
Definitely. It's beneficial, as we said, for both countries. Definitely Saudi Arabia, and maybe the ambassador of Saudi Arabia in the US here is playing a key role, Princess Rima bin Bandar. But also I think they understand what are key features that Trump would like to hear. So they are definitely responding to that, the grandeur, the amounts, the big declarations. All is there, but definitely we are speaking about deals that's going to take years and years to materialize, and to have a real effect on the economy of either countries. It's going to be at least 5-6 years. Trump will be out of the White House by then, but again, it comes as a package.
And I want to talk to you, Esther, about a selfie that was taken last night at this glamorous dinner that Donald Trump held in the White House. And Cristiano Ronaldo was in the selfie. Elon Musk was also in the selfie. I mean, Cristiano Ronaldo, I spoke to a guest a little bit earlier on my first show who said he's basically Saudi soft power now. I don't know what you think, Esther.
I think absolutely. I think he's almost an honorary Saudi citizen. And you can tell his real deep love for the country. I watched his interview with Piers Morgan, and he really couldn't have been more kind of effusive in his love for Saudi Arabia, and he feels like the country has adopted him. But this kind of reminds me of that Oscar picture, yes, if you remember, with Ellen DeGeneres. I think it was almost a decade ago now, with Lupita Nyong'o and her brother, and that sort of I think it was the Oscars where she won for Best Actress for 12 Years a Slave. But it kind of has that cultural element almost. It looks like one of those cultural moments to see Elon Musk, who's usually very awkward in a selfie like that. I mean, I was really, to be honest, of that dinner, I was more enamored with the First Lady's dress, her Elisab, beautiful olive green dress. I even loved what Gio Rodriguez was wearing, who's Cristiano Ronaldo's fiance and mother of his children. So I was more kind of interested in the fashion of it. But again, this is one of those cultural moments. But it's really interesting because, again, you've not seen President Trump do this for any other world leader. I can't really remember, like I said, any other time in this administration, and certainly the last one, his last administration, where he's been this friendly with world leaders, except maybe with the exception of Shinzo Abe. And I think that probably is quite indicative of where MBS is in his opinion and how highly he ranks him.
In total amount of the money that the people in the selfie has, this is quite impressive.
Yeah, definitely. I must admit.
And it goes far beyond Cooper's selfie.
But I must say something. I actually thought Elon Musk didn't look as awkward as he normally does. But thank you so much, Esther and Dr. Ellie there. Let's move on to another story now. And US Congress have agreed to order the US Justice Department to release the files on late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It comes after President Trump said he will sign the bill. The records will include documents and flight logs connected to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Esther, it was expected to be passed. Now we're waiting for Trump to sign it. It could possibly be on his desk today, but any idea on when this could all happen?
I think it could happen quite quickly. I would imagine from a strategic perspective and from what I hear about from the sort of Trump ground staff in this part of the country, they tend to like to bury news within news. So you have all this fanfare around MBS's arrival in Washington, and he may very well sign it within the next 24 to 48 hours, because what will then happen is the DOJ inevitably will redact some of the documents, at least to blur out the names of the individuals accused. Now, there's one argument saying they should put it all out in the public, and the public has the right to know everything. But on the other hand, you have the issue of if these individuals are just being accused and haven't had their day in court to defend themselves, is it really fair, knowing how the court of public opinion functions, to put their name out in the public domain next to the names of these girls that have been testifying to the horrific abuse that they experienced under the world's most infamous sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein? And now I'm sure Donald Trump didn't think that in his first year in office he would have the ghost of a dead pedophile marring his term, especially with all the accomplishments he's been touting, like border control, like tariffs, like trying to get the economy back on track, like trying to reduce inflation and all of that. But this is one of those things that's really hit in a negative way his MAGA base, who are deeply religious and who'd feel quite strongly about this Epstein mess being put out in the light. You also have to remember that for the longest time, Donald Trump campaigned as the anti-establishment candidate. He said he was going to drain the swamp. It doesn't really get more swamp-like than the creatures that found themselves on Epstein's planes and islands multiple times doing, if these girls are to be believed, horrific things to young women. So I do think these files will be released, and I don't think they're going to be the sensationalist hype that everyone is expecting. I do think Donald Trump made a mistake not releasing it in the first place, because I think he's created all this hype around it. He's made people question whether he's in it. And from what I understand from insiders in the administration, his actual mention in the Epstein files is extremely minimal. This is someone who banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago, so it's quite a stretch to say that they were friends. If anyone is to be concerned, it's more likely the likes of Bill Clinton, who seem to have, from what we've been seeing, more established relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. So again, this is no smoking gun, and I don't think it's going to be as sensationalist as people are expecting.
Dr. Ellie, you have a different view. You believe that everyone should be named and we should have full transparency when the Epstein files are released.
I do, actually. I think the public has the right to know all the names that were there. Again, we're not accusing anyone. We're not putting anyone on trial. Of course, the public opinion might give and take with that, might play with it. There's always the judgment of public opinion. But in fact, every victim has the right to know all the names. Every public opinion has the right to know all the names without necessarily saying that everyone who was there is a criminal. It's nothing like that, but it is out of transparency, out of the right to information for the American public. eventually it's a huge thing that I think too much reduction will simply create more chaos than actual answers.
And more conspiracy.
And more conspiracy theories, definitely.
But then I guess some people would argue it's trial by media, and like Esther said, you know, everybody should be able to have their day in court or have their right to, you know, prove their innocence and not be guilty by association.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about the MAGA base at the moment, because Esther mentioned there it's deeply religious, and I really feel like the Epstein files has been this rare occasion where Trump has conceded to his MAGA base, and we've seen the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was such a staunch supporter of Donald Trump, break ranks.
Well, again, definitely I think there was a lot of pressure with many Republican congressmen and women who decided to go the other way and to really pressure for the releasing of the files. I think if we try to look and understand what is the MAGA made out of, we could say that it is maybe three key groups. The first group is definitely the Christian conservatives that were motivated mainly by anti-wokeism and all that push in the US to revoke what's happening and having that in government policies and so on. The second group is anti-establishment. And again, with all these names are there who are part of the establishment, it was perceived that if Trump was protecting this establishment and reassociating himself to it once again, which again made them very angry. The third group, which I think also is key to Trump's MAGA constituency, is the traditional Republicans, the ever-Trumpers, as Esther told me. They are called, you know, the corporations, the tobacco companies, the weapon companies, and so on. And these definitely would have preferred not to have a big chaos on their hand, neither for the economy, neither for the public image, and so on. But I guess the group that was more in size and more influential and was able to attract several of the key Republican members was successful in this time. And again, for me, it's a democratic principle where actually the people will dictate on the leader a few things and not only the other way around.
Esther, what I find interesting is Trump's approval rating has fallen to 38% in the latest polling that we've had come through by Reuters and Ipsos. This is the lowest since his return to power, and actually Americans are unhappy with his handling of the investigation into the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and also how he's handled the high cost of living. But this just shows, like Dr. Ellie said, this really cuts through to the public and the people who voted for Donald Trump.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, to quote Bill Clinton, it's the economy. Because that's what it boils down to. I mean, of course, the whole "I will release the Epstein files," which he campaigned on for months, has kind of stuck in people's minds because it's extremely an extremely sour pill to swallow. That's you being the anti-establishment candidate, having seen how someone like Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were able to operate with such impunity and abuse all these young girls, having claimed to stand up to that and to drain the swamp, suddenly turning around and saying, oh, there's nothing to see here. It's really just extremely uncomfortable to accept. But even more than that is really the economy. And I think that's one thing that he said, the economy is going to be better under him. Many people are taking the gamble that the economy will be in a much better state under the care of a Donald Trump administration than Kamala Harris. And yet we're yet to see that, you know, we're yet to see whether these tariffs that he's imposed, which is basically like a global rent-seeking operation, will actually have any tangible impact on people's bills, energy bills, housing, which is actually the #1 concern of many people, many voters in America, and was one of the reasons behind Zohra Mamdani's victory in New York. And the price of grocery bills and inflation and all of these things, people are yet to see Trump actually get a handle on that. And if you remember from sort of Obama's second election that he narrowly won, it was the main concern for voters there. People kept saying, you know, it took him 4 years to bring down inflation. I don't think people are going to give Donald Trump a 4-year grace. The midterms are next year. They're a year away. And we really have the next 6 months to see an actual fall in bills and a really improvement in people's living standards, or else Donald Trump's kind of triatic win is going to be toast. And unfortunately, that's what happens when you talk a big game. He's flirting with the idea of sending every American a $2,000 stimulus check, which is kind of like a thank you for having faith in me. Look at all the money that I've got from these tariffs. But again, that's not really going to be the kind of measure that you expect to bring down inflation, just handing people money. You have to grow the economy, you have to bring opportunities back, and you have to bring down energy bills. So Trump has basically a 6 to 8 month window to really get to grips with that. I think that Jeffrey Epstein story will go away. I'm sure there will be some fringe pundits online, like the likes of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, that will manage to cook up any conspiracy theory that comes into their heads. But for people that are really concerned with day-to-day lives, it's mainly the economy that they care about.
And you know what? Donald Trump, when he came in with his tariffs, just a quick thought, many analysts did say it will take time for that money to trickle back into the economy as you make deals with countries and you get that over the line. So it's, as everyone said originally, Dr. Ellie, it's going to take years.
Exactly. I think to have the full cycle, to have the feel of the effect. And again, maybe the prices would not decrease, but the income of American in general will increase with all the investments and so on. So it's a tricky game. It's a major change that has not been done for decades and decades again. It was way overdue, and Trump has taken the chance of doing it. Will it blow in his face with the midterm elections? Maybe. We're still yet to see.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story. Now, a convicted murderer who's serving a life sentence in Australia has decided to challenge a ban on prisoners consuming Vegemite. The savoury spread has become a polarising national symbol for the country. Andre Makechi argues the ban on prisoners having it behind bars in the state of Victoria denies him the right to enjoy his culture as an Australian. OK, Dr. Ellie, before we get into this whole story, your family are in Australia. Explain to us what Vegemite is and why it's such a cultural icon all the way down under.
Well, first, it's a kind of a paste that is made out of yeast, some vegetable extract, and simply some salt and some spices. It is definitely spreadable. The best way of eating it is over a toast with a bit of butter, and that's it. It's practically part of the daily breakfast of so many Australians. And as statistics show, up to 80% of Australian households do have it in their home. The point in it is, I think, what I discovered today actually was that it's not that old in the history of Australia. But then all of Australia is not that old. It has been invented in 1923. And then the company, due to the success and the death of the founder and so on, was bought by Kraft for so many years. And then in 2017, we declared victory by bringing it back to Australia with an Australian company regaining it. It's simply part of the lifestyle. It's simply part of the culture. However, you do have the tendency of either loving it or hating it, and very few people are in between. I am, unfortunately, on the side of those haters.
Dr. Ellie,
I don't like Vegemite.
I absolutely love Vegemite. I'm actually on the side of the lovers of Vegemite. Right. But Esther, this story is actually, let's get to the nitty-gritty of it. Right now, we have a prisoner in jail serving a sentence, trying to sue because he wants Vegemite. I mean, I don't know what you think about this, but can it really be a cultural right?
When you put it this way, Leigh Ann, come on.
No, but we have... but that's...
I think I will do you one further. He is a criminal serving a sentence for murder, talking about his human right to Vegemite, which is the greatest irony, because he apparently didn't think much of the person he murders human rights or right to life. But just parking that aside, I think as comical as this is, to sue the government for the right to eat Vegemite, which, again, I think they really need to consider what they spend money on in terms of legal aid, because this is absolutely ridiculous. This lawsuit has cost a lot of money working its way up through the courts. The reason why the state of Victoria has banned Vegemite in its prisons is there are two reasons. One, it's because it contains yeast, and there's a concern that inmates may use it to brew alcohol, which is obviously a substance that can be abused, especially in the context of a prison. The prison is not the place to be getting inebriated. It's a place for punishment and rehabilitation, not a place to have a sort of booze party. And the second point is inmates that are carrying illegal drugs, like marijuana, for example, use Vegemite to mask the scent of these drugs. And apparently it affects the drug sniffer dogs that are routinely deployed in these prisons to sniff out any drugs or contraband in the area. So there are actual real concerns. And they mainly due, obviously, they're mainly due to the fact that prison has to be a prison. It has to be a place of punishment and rehabilitation, but also for the safety of the staff, the prison wardens, who will find it harder to control a prison population that are under the influence of drugs like alcohol or illegal drugs. So as amusing as this is, I mean, you hear of cases like this all the time. In Norway, for example, in Norwegian prisons, internet is actually a human right. So you have one of the most heinous mass murderers, Anders Breivik, who's effectively serving a life sentence, even though the Norwegian penal system is a bit more complicated. He has access to a PS5 and a game and TV and the internet because apparently it's his human right to sit there and wallow in his heinous crimes. That's not really the same. I mean, we're going to see the limits of that phrase, human rights, in the Australian penal system, but it doesn't quite work out the same way there.
Dr. Ellie,
strongly disagree.
You strongly disagree. I strongly agree.
Yeah.
I just don't think that somebody has the right to use all this money, all this legal aid for a crime like murder to sue the system.
See, I agree on this. I definitely agree that, as Esther said, we have seen so much abuse of prisons, of legal systems, of legal aid, of public funds. I agree with all of that. I don't agree with two main things that Esther mentioned. I do believe strongly that even a murderer, even the worst murderer, still has human rights. And we are not, nobody's allowed to take away his human rights. And the second most important thing is that prisons are a place for rehabilitation. And we cannot simply give up on any individual because, again, every individual is the result of his society, his bringing up.
But he's serving a life sentence. Is there any point trying to rehabilitate someone who's going to die in prison? He's serving a life sentence for a crime that in other countries, in places like Singapore and Japan, he may very well have been given the death penalty.
Well, I am
and I think human rights is all well and good, but human rights are inalienable. So the right to life and the pursuit of happiness and property, that does not include making taxpayers pay for your love of Vegemite. I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Agreed on the spending taxpayers' money. Not agreed on death penalty. I'm strongly against death penalty. But then again, the issue of Vegemite could have been better managed, as simple as that. The management of the prison could take the necessary measures, either to avoid any drugs or importing the Vegemites itself or whatever other measures. It is there to manage the prisons in the best way possible with the safest thing possible for all the people who are caring for these people. But again, for me, even if the person has done the worst crimes, he still needs to enjoy his basic human rights, his right to freedom of religion and the practice of that religion in prison, his choice of food to a certain extent, definitely within the norms of the prison. He is allowed to, again, have all his basic rights of health, of learning, of all of that. I'm all for this, to make the prison definitely a rehabilitation, even if he is on death row. The exploitation was definitely suing the government for Vegemite is nonsense. It's taking it way too far, but does not make me rethink or question the fact that every inmate, no matter how severe his crime is, should enjoy all his human rights within the proper understanding of what human rights are.
And I think that lively debate between you and Esther just highlights why this story has made headlines all over the world, because very many people feel very strongly about the human rights that people doing life sentences for murder actually have in prisons, and I think both of you highlighted that, so thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Esther have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Dr. Ellie, let's start with yours, because yours is about a tried and tested car stunt that went so terribly wrong. Tell us more.
Well, let's remember together, for those of us who do remember, in 2018, Land Rover marked its launch of the new Range Rover Sports with a challenge of climbing these specific stairs in Tiananmen Mountain. And the exploration was amazing, and the endeavor was achieved in 22 minutes. It was the best possible ad for the Range Rover. Now we are in the age of Chinese cars, and we have seen Chinese cars copy all kind of successful European cars, not only in the model, but also in the design, in the engineering, in everything. And here we have Chery, the Chinese car maker, who has created a copycat of the actual Range Rover, and they decided to do the same challenge. Unfortunately, Chinese design and Chinese engineering is not there yet, and that attempt have failed. And we saw the car stop halfway through, even less than halfway through, and then roll back and actually destroy part of these historical stairs in Tiananmen Mountain in China, as we can see in the video.
Do you know what this reminds me of? I don't know if you remember that time that Elon Musk was showing off the Cybertruck before it actually became the Cybertruck we know. And it said, when he introduced it, it has indispensable windows, nothing can break it, it's bulletproof, I'll prove it to you. And he threw a rock at it and the whole window shattered. And I remember it was like the moment that no one knew what to do. So it's when car companies go really badly wrong, how do you get back to where you should be?
Well, the Cybertruck eventually made it. Chinese cars, not yet, at least in my opinion, not for me yet.
Yeah. And Esther, I want to talk to yours, because this stunt that went wrong almost looked like a prank, but it wasn't a prank. And yours is about the rise of AI prank videos.
Yes, which is something I'm embarrassed to admit I could spend hours watching. It's people basically manipulating images of all sorts of things, but mainly people's pets. So people that have been charged with the care of their friends or family's pets for a few days or a week or whatever. And they will take a picture of the pet, like a guinea pig, for example, and ask an AI program to make it look fat, like a fat version of that pet. And then send that to their friend or family and say, oh, you know, Schnookums is doing really well, he misses you. And then you have this horror of the people responding, saying, why is my animal twice the size? What have you been feeding it? And it's just kind of this back and forth interaction, because that's clearly their pet, just massive. And the images are so realistic. Almost every time this sort of prank is done, it's been successful. But you've also seen more malicious ones, like people sending pictures of like friends in the house when they're not supposed to have anyone in the house, or things like that. So I find it really entertaining. I wish I had pets, or I knew someone with pets to pull that prank on them and send them obese pictures of their cats and dogs.
So is it easy to do that? Have you tried it, Esther?
Yes, it's extremely easy. You just take a picture of the animal, you go into this AI program, just say, make it fat. And it's brilliant. Honestly, it's so convincing. I mean, that guinea pig on the screen right now looks like a potato.
Well, Esther, I have 2 dogs. You're more than welcome to come and look after them when I'm away. And I will let you send me some prank videos of them.
I would feed them so much, because this is the thing, I don't know how to play with animals very well, so my default setting will be just to feed them, and then the risk is you end up having a pet that needs to go on Ozempic.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
and
my God.
Can you imagine? Well, I must say something. The little puppy I have will eat everything you feed it, and by the time I come back, he'll look exactly like that guinea pig. But thanks so much to our guest today, writer and broadcaster Esther Kraiku, and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we'll have all the latest on the visit to Washington by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who's been given a full red carpet welcome. Plus, heavy winter rains unleash new suffering across Gaza, where displaced families living in makeshift tents now face flooding, freezing temperatures and the threat of waterborne diseases. We'll be speaking to the World Health Organization's regional director about that. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, it is day 2 of the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's high-profile visit to the United States. And we're going to continue our coverage of this special trip. Well, here's the latest for you. Investment and economic cooperation have been and look to remain central to this visit, with major deals and exchanges taking shape. Well, sitting side by side at the White House, President Trump called the Saudi Crown Prince a friend and thanked him for the $600 billion of investments in the U.S. economy.
And I want to thank you because you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States. And because he's my friend, he might make it $1 trillion, but I'm going to have to work on him. But it's 600. We can count on 600 billion, but that number could go up a little bit higher. Yes, sir. I don't know. We'll see. But we appreciate it very much. So Saudi is going to be investing at least $600 billion, and that means investments in plants, in companies, money on Wall Street, and what it really means for everybody that really counts is jobs, a lot of jobs.
Okay, President Trump speaking there. Well, no sooner had he said that, and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman surprised his hosts by announcing he would increase the kingdom's investment commitment from $600 billion to up to $1 trillion. Let's take a listen.
I believe, Mr. President, today and tomorrow we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of investment, real investment and real opportunity by details in many areas. And the agreement that we are signing today in many areas in technology, in AI, in earth materials, magnet, etc., that will create a lot of investment opportunities.
So you are doing that now. You're saying to me now that the $600 billion will be $1 trillion.
Definitely, because what we are signing, it will facilitate that. And
I like that very much.
Well, later on that same evening, speaking at a White House dinner honouring Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, President Trump praised the Saudi delegation, calling them great negotiators. Well, in return, the Crown Prince highlighted the deep ties between his country and the United States.
And members of the Saudi delegation, we want to thank you very much for being with us. We spent a lot of time with you today in the cabinet. You're extremely good negotiators, that I can tell you. I want to thank the Crown Prince for the role he played in the transformational peace deal that was achieved last month.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the warm and great welcome that we have today. We feel home, and this relation started around close to 9 decades ago with Roosevelt and King Abdulaziz, who established the modern Saudi Arabia. Today, it's a special day. We think the horizon of the economical cooperation between Saudi Arabia and the rest of America, it's bigger and wider in many areas. We've been signing a lot of agreements that are going to open the door to develop the relation deeper.
Well, one of the big announcements made at the White House dinner, marking 80 years of US-Saudi relations, is President Trump's designation of Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally. That's a move that deepens their defense and economic partnership.
So that's why tonight I'm pleased to announce that we're taking our military cooperation to even greater heights by formally designating Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally.
Let's get more now. We can speak to Matt Terrell, who is the former chief of staff for Marco Rubio. He is now the managing partner of Firehouse Strategies. He joins us from Washington. Matt, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for agreeing to speak to us. I mean, a lot of pomp and ceremony, I think it's fair to say, last night with the various events at the White House. Probably you could say that it matched the same pomp and ceremony that Crown Prince Mohammed Salman gave to President Trump during his visit to Saudi Arabia back in May. Do you think that's a fair comparison?
Absolutely, no question about it. The red carpet was rolled out for President Trump when he was overseas doing his visit, and certainly the red carpet was rolled out yesterday during that visit as well by the prince. And look, you know, this just shows the growing partnership, the great partnership that the United States has with Saudi Arabia. And I think what you saw wasn't just policymakers or politicians a part of this, but key members of the business community. You saw celebrities, Tiger Woods, for example, at the dinner last night. So this just shows the partnership that the United States has with Saudi Arabia. Obviously, it just wasn't about the dinner last night. It's also about deal making here. Certainly deals are being made, whether it's on AI and technology or the sale of F-35 fighter jets. That certainly are all things that were important, certainly to Saudi Arabia, I think, and also certain things, of course, being tackled here that are important in the United States as well.
I'm going to ask you a bit more about that dinner last night and who was there, if we have time, a bit later in the interview. But I really want to pick up on a couple of those points you just made there about the AI agreements, the F-35s. I mean, these are pieces of military hardware and tech that the United States doesn't just sell to anyone, does it?
They don't. In fact, there are countries who have wanted this hardware. The UAE, for example, I believe, has wanted this hardware. You know, look, Israel has this hardware, and obviously that's a dynamic here. But I think what it shows is that President Trump, the United States, has great trust in Saudi Arabia, great respect for Saudi Arabia. And, you know, this is just building on that partnership. You know, I don't believe this sale would take place unless there's that trust with Saudi Arabia that the United States now has and has had for a number of years, of course. So, look, this is obviously valuable sale to Saudi Arabia, but it's also a commitment by the United States when it comes to defense purposes. You also saw President Trump talk about, you know, the importance of having kind of this NATO-like relationship, if you will, with Saudi Arabia. So, look, this is something that was important, I think, to Saudi Arabia for quite some time. Now this sale is going to take place of these F-35s. It's obviously a big deal. It's kind of the crown jewel, if you will, fighter jet that's out there. Many countries want it.
Indeed. Then, of course, there was the promise that Saudi Arabia is going to invest as much as $1 trillion in the United States. That's up sharply on a previous pledge of 600 billion US dollars. Do you think the fact that it went from 600 billion to $1 trillion took a lot of people by surprise there?
Yeah, look, with President Trump, often you see these numbers go up when he's negotiating with countries and with companies. But look, I think it's just showing that this is a serious next step, if you will, that both Saudi Arabia and the United States wants to take. You know, I think Saudi Arabia recognizes that, you know, they've been seeing President Trump talk about that golden era or that golden age, if you will, that President Trump wants to lead the United States towards. But Saudi Arabia wants to lead towards their own golden age. And the best way for them to do that is to continue to have a greater partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States. And part of that is investment. And so I think, you know, this investment is going to be good for Saudi Arabia, but it's also a good investment for the United States. You're going to see this investment trickle into the U.S. economy. In fact, you saw just yesterday someone in the Oval Office who was talking about how this would impact states like South Carolina, you know, through job growth, you know, for example. So, look, this is a real deal for the citizens of the U.S. You know, right now, obviously, affordability, the U.S. economy is top of mind among the American people. And when President Trump is working to tackle those issues, such as affordability, I think part of that isn't just talking about domestic things that he's doing here in the United States, but also these kind of key commitments, such as from Saudi Arabia. Getting this investment into the U.S. economy is obviously vital, and something I think will help bolster the U.S. economy in the years to come here.
I mean, clearly, President Trump, who's nearly 80, has a very good rapport with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, who is half President Trump's age. He's just turned 40. President Trump called him, quote, a very good friend of mine, and said he'd done incredible things. I wanted to ask you, Matt, how important you think that rapport between those two men is and has been in helping us get to the point that we're now talking about trillion-dollar deals.
Yeah, I think it's vital. Look, when you look at deals, whether it's in the private sector or a leader making deals with countries, it comes down to having good relationships. You know, being able to negotiate, cut deals, you got to have a good relationship and the ability to have trust. And I think these two leaders have that in one another. But also, I think it's important to note that it's not just on these deals, but go back and take a look, for example, when the U.S. was involved with the war with Iran, you know, between Israel and Iran. You saw Saudi Arabia really step up there, during that bombing, if you will, that campaign by the U.S. You saw Saudi Arabia step up to the plate and really help and support the U.S. during that campaign. I think that just goes to show they are a true ally. They've become a, greater ally for the U.S. And I think that's something President Trump has worked on over a series of years. It hasn't just been his second term here that this is all, sort of kind of happened in terms of this relationship. You got to go back and take a look at his first term when he was doing this, not just with Saudi Arabia, but other leaders, if you will, in the Middle East. Obviously, the Abraham Accords were a big, big win for President Trump and his administration, and I think for the world, frankly, in his first term. We'll see what happens next with Saudi Arabia with respect to the Abraham Accords. But I think this was really a very effective trip here that we saw here to Washington, and really something that I think goes to show that there's just greater abilities here for both of these nations to enter that next golden age that I think both these leaders want both their countries to enter into.
Yeah, so something we're hearing from you, and we've heard from other guests as well, this sense that security ties between Saudi Arabia and the United States are stronger than ever. Economic and business ties are stronger than ever. And that's probably why some 400 CEOs from Saudi and US companies have gathered for this US-Saudi investment forum. What's your understanding of what that forum's all about, Matt?
Well, look, I think there's a lot of investment taking place here, and that's going to be huge for the private sector, right? I mean, you take a look at some of the key investments being made. It's not just with defense and aircraft and military hardware, but we've talked about, the fact that this AI investment, so I think you're going to see, for example, just here in the United States, many of the leaders of the big tech companies here in the United States really working hand in hand with Saudi Arabia leadership. So look, part of this is just, these are business deals and these are investments that are going to be integrated through private sector companies here in the U.S. And so, look, this is not just about, defense. It's not just about the Abraham Accords. This isn't just about, trying to, drive peace in the Middle East, which I think Saudi Arabia will be critical towards. This is also about, private sector deals being made here. They're going to have a huge impact, I think, not just on Saudi Arabia, but also on, frankly, the United States. I go back to, job growth, job creation is vital right now here in the U.S. You're seeing Americans really talk about affordability, job creation, these kind of investments you have from countries, whether it was the trade deal with Japan that President Trump made, or this deal that's being made with Saudi Arabia, building on that $600 billion investment to get to $1 trillion, that's greater investment into the private sector, into the United States. And so these CEOs are going to want to be at the table to help drive that investment, to help utilize that investment as they're making key opportunities here in the U.S. as well. You talk about onshoring of jobs. It's not the public sector that does that. It's the private sector. That's why you need these CEOs at the table here to help drive this.
Right, and I said I would ask you, if we had time, and we apparently do, to ask you a little bit about the dinner last night, because as you said, Cristiano Ronaldo, the football player who plays for the Saudi club Al Nassr, was amongst the guests there. You mentioned Tiger Woods. Elon Musk was there too. And I'm just wondering whether the fact that Elon Musk was there means that perhaps bridges have been mended, have they, between Elon Musk and President Trump?
I think so. Look, I think they're both individuals who are our leaders at the end of the day. And look, you saw that not just last night with Elon Musk being there. He was, Elon Musk was at the Charlie Kirk Memorial service just a few weeks ago and had a moment with President Trump there as well. So, I think that relationship, I think has been repaired. I mean, look, is it going to be, candidly, is it probably going to be the same of what it was? Probably not, right? I think President Trump is somebody who certainly forgives but doesn't forget. And obviously there was some turbulence there in that relationship. But at the end of the day, Elon Musk is an incredible individual in the sense of being an innovator, of being a business leader. Obviously, I think President Trump really appreciated what Elon Musk did through the Doge campaign, if you will, and the work that Elon Musk has done in that effort. So, look, I think both these men respect each other. And really, at the end of the day, President Trump is surrounding himself with people that he respects, trusts, and knows. And I think he has that in Elon Musk. And obviously, there were other people, to your point, there last night as well. You're seeing many business titans, CEOs, celebrities, people like Tiger Woods, as I mentioned, there as well. So, really, this was almost like a state dinner, right? I mean, it technically wasn't, but it had the effect of it and had the feel of it. That just goes to show, again, the respect, the trust that President Trump has in Saudi Arabia and the appreciation I think he has for this great partnership that they're only going to build on. I think, frankly, it's going to be exciting to see what happens next year.
Yeah, indeed. And President Trump did say that his son, Barron, is a big fan of Cristiano Ronaldo. Not something I knew. But just going back to the matter in hand, just to wrap up this conversation, Matt, I mean, we're talking here about a pretty much century-old bond between Saudi Arabia and the United States. And as you've been saying, the red carpet has been very much rolled out for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, all the trappings of a state visit. What would be your greatest takeaways from this visit so far? And then as an extension of that question, what's been the photo moment, would you say, of this trip?
Well, I think the photo moment was when they were standing outside the White House yesterday, and you had those F-35s fly over. And it's not uncommon for President Trump to do a flyover when you have world leaders visiting the White House. But I think it was showing, to the world, frankly, what the possibilities are if you partner with the United States, if you build greater friendship with the United States. And I think you're seeing that on full display here. And I think the bigger takeaways, though, out of this are going to be what happens next, right? Talk is talk, but action really matters. But I think what you're seeing is this action is already underway. And I think really it's just not going to be on the investments that we're talking about, but certainly what happens next with the Abraham Accords. I actually think that Saudi Arabia over the next year will join the Abraham Accords. I believe that's going to take place. I think you will see that happen. Obviously, they talked about some of the dynamics that Saudi Arabia wants to see take shape in order to do that. But I am confident that they will join the Abraham Accords. So it's one of the big things to watch. That is, frankly, one of President Trump's legacy projects, if you will. And frankly, the bigger elements at play here are the Middle East itself. President Trump, has been working to end wars. One of those, of course, was this horrific war in the Middle East that has now come to an end. But what are the next steps on ensuring sustained peace in the Middle East, sustained momentum to ensuring that new wars don't break out? And I think it's just this new opportunity in the Middle East. But I think what President Trump recognizes is that he can't be the only leader to try and bring greater peace to the Middle East. He's got to have great partnerships there in the region to do that. And I believe that he believes that Saudi Arabia can be that great leader to help spread that peace and economic opportunity through the Middle East, which really could be that next golden age that I think we all around the world want to see happen, and not just in terms of peace, but economic opportunity for those who really need it the most right now.
OK, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. A pleasure talking to you. Matt Terrell, former Chief of Staff for Marco Rubio, Managing Partner of Firehouse Strategies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Greg Swenson, a friend of the show and chair of Republicans Overseas. He joins us now from Chicago. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Greg. I mean, what's really striking talking to our guests today is the sense of the strength of economic ties and security ties. Fair to say those two aspects of the relationship have really never been stronger between Washington and Riyadh.
Yeah, Tom, it's a good point. I mean, we've always had a really productive relationship. They've always been an ally of the U.S. If you go back to George H.W. Bush, who basically invaded Iraq in Desert Storm to defend the Saudis. But it's been really since the war a really tight relationship between the two. But you're right. President Trump has definitely elevated it. The only time we had difficult relations with the Saudis was during the first few years of the Biden administration. When President Biden, was always finding a way to insult or offend our allies, whether it was Israel or Saudis or the UK. So it's nice to see the president back in office and really elevating that relationship.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Riyadh views the United States as a primary strategic partner. And I'm just wondering whether that level of trust is reciprocated. I mean, assuming it is, because look at some of those deals that relate to very sensitive things, whether it's nuclear power, whether it's AI chips, or whether it's extremely sophisticated military hardware.
Yeah. The F-35s, you mentioned military hardware. There's a lot of security relationship there. And I think it's important for the U.S. to have another ally in the region, another strong ally, much like the UAE and Israel, but also to have, the investment into the U.S. That's really critical. And of course, there's always been a dependency or even codependency on the energy that comes from Saudi. And, it's even though the U.S. is now the world's largest energy producer, it's still really important to have the Saudis on our team there and keeping production up and keeping prices down. So and you saw that again when Biden, was very hostile to MBS and very hostile to the energy sector in the U.S. And when prices really increased dramatically, he went begging to Riyadh and begged MBS to pump more oil. Of course, he declined. So I think we've seen how the relationship can be a really important economic factor with oil prices.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking before we crossed to you about how originally it was reported that Saudi Arabia would invest as much as $600 billion in the United States. But while sitting in the Oval Office next to President Trump, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said that actually the investment could be as much as $1 trillion. Yeah. President Trump looked pretty surprised. Were you?
Not really. I think the president has a way with people. He's able to get commitments for huge sums. I'm not 100% sure that he will actually meet that target, but just to make that commitment is pretty incredible. So you're seeing just a massive surge in foreign direct investment into the U.S. I mean, it's always been a destination for the Gulf states, but even more so now. And I think that's another reason why we'll see a really robust economy next year.
Talk us a bit about the Defense Cooperation Pact and the fact that Saudi Arabia has been designated now as a major non-NATO ally. What's the significance of that?
I think it's tremendous, Tom. I mean, again, as I mentioned, it's important to have another ally in the region. You basically have just about all the powerful nations now against Iran. And that's important for U.S. security and for security in the region. But also behind every security move now, you have to think about China. And it was really important for this president not to have the countries in the Gulf align with China. You can trade with China, but you just don't want to be their ally. And so in many respects, this commitment really solidifies the relationship that the Saudis have, not only with the U.S., but with the West in general. And then again, keeping a lid on the expansion of Chinese military assets.
And the fact that F-35 fighter jets are going to be sold to Saudi Arabia. I mean, these are cutting edge warplanes. They're really special pieces of weaponry. And again, the United States doesn't sell that kind of hardware to just anyone, does it?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're careful about that, but we do sell them obviously to our NATO allies, and you'll see more of that with the increase in defense spending. This is a really important moment in NATO, basically. NATO's, got a commitment now. All the countries are committing to 5% of GDP. So you'll see a lot more F-35s and other technology being moved around the world. But again, it's really important to have another ally in the region besides Israel. And so I think the president is all for it and wants to make sure that the Saudis are well armed, because they are now a significant ally. The other thing to keep in mind is they'll have to do a lot of training. There'll be a lot more interaction between the militaries. I would imagine, the F-35 is an Air Force plane, so fighter. So you'll see a lot of cross-border training and interaction between the U.S. Air Force and the Saudi Air Force. So this is a good moment. But again, I think you always have to keep China in mind.
Now, the green light's been given for advanced artificial intelligence chips to be provided to Saudi Arabia. Why is this such a sensitive issue in the United States?
In terms of the chips, Tom?
In terms of the chips, why is it such a delicate issue, and why would the United States be so cautious about signing off on this?
Absolutely. It's a great question. And it's ultimately, again, it brings China into the conversation. Our biggest concern is that these extra sensitive chips end up in the Chinese military, in the PLA. And I think that's really a caution or a concern for the U.S. military. And so I think it's demonstrating some real trust of the Saudis that we're going to have our sensitive chips being shipped there. So I think that's another step in this tightening of the relationship, and it's important again to look after our allies, whether it's with chips and technology or with military equipment. So I think you'll probably see more of that, not less.
Now, we're told that some 400 CEOs of Saudi and U.S. companies gathered today for this U.S.-Saudi investment forum. What's your understanding of what that forum's all about, Greg?
Yeah, I mean, look, the floodgates are open. There's going to be so much cross-border investment, especially incoming foreign direct investment into the U.S. from Saudi. But I think you'll see, it'd be really beneficial for both countries, right? As you mentioned, the chips, and I think we're a great supplier to the Saudis in a number of different areas. And so it'll be a two-way street, but I think that $1 trillion number is significant. So a lot of U.S. businesses are going to be looking for capital. And personally, I'm actually, pretty active in that arena right now. And so Maria Bartiromo, who's, one of the most famous financial reporters or financial journalists, is moderating the conference today. And I think you'll see a lot of handshakes or maybe even a lot of contracts come out of it.
Interesting to see who was at the dinner last night in Washington. Cristiano Ronaldo, who of course plays for a Saudi football team, was there. Tiger Woods, I'm told, was there. Elon Musk was there. Were you surprised to see him on the guest list?
Not really. I think they kind of kissed and made up over the last few months. I think there was a lot of drama. I of course had a lot of inquiry. I seem to only get phone calls from certain media, not Al Arabiya, of course, but certain media only calls when there's a fight with Elon Musk or there's something about the Epstein files. So I find it not surprising that he was there because they did have their spat, but the president's had spats with many people and often kisses and makes up.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, the relationship between President Trump and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. I mean, anyone who watched the Oval Office press conference yesterday will have seen there's a considerable amount of warmth between the two men. They clearly get along well. And I'm just wondering whether you think that is, and their friendship is really a driving force behind deals to the tune of $1 trillion US.
Without a doubt. I mean, the president has reached out to, both of his first international trips in both of his terms were to Saudi. And so I think it's important to, to highlight that. And yeah, he has a great relationship with MBS. He's got a similar relationship with others in the region. And I think that, he's really popular in the region. I love to see it. And that's why I think there's so much opportunity to do business with the UAE, with Egypt, with Saudi Arabia. I think, there's going to be a lot more, maybe, perhaps kicked off originally by the Abraham Accords back in his first term. But surely there's been a real elevation again of the relationship. And yeah, that's in great part due to President Trump and his fondness for MBS, but also his fondness for the country and the region.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Greg Swenson,
Great,
Chair of
Tom.
Republicans Overseas. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
Well, let's get more. We can speak now to Van Hipp Jr., who is chairman of American Defense International and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Army. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Van, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Just first of all, I wanted to ask you, you've described the defense deal that's been agreed upon there in Washington between Saudi Arabia and the United States as a major milestone. I wondered whether you could sort of unpack that for us.
It is. I think it's a big deal both from a national security standpoint and from an economic standpoint. And what President Trump announced last night, this is a $142 billion arms package from the United States going to Saudi Arabia. And it's the largest arms package I believe the United States has ever done. In addition, the Crown Prince announced that that $600 billion upcoming investment in the United States is going to increase to $1 trillion. So it's a big deal, I think, for both countries. And President Trump called Saudi Arabia a strategic and strong non-NATO ally.
Right. I wanted to ask you about that. So we've got this US-Saudi Strategic Defense Agreement, an SDA, which has been signed on Tuesday. And we've also got Saudi Arabia being designated a major non-NATO ally. What does that change?
Well, I think it strengthens the security cooperation. And I think what the big story, the backstory here is there's a race going on between the United States and China in three technology areas that I believe are the game changers for the battlefield of the future. That's artificial intelligence, that's quantum, and that's spectrum. And I think what President Trump is doing with key allies like Saudi Arabia is trying to bring them more into the U.S. sphere instead of China. And that's a lot of what we saw in President Trump's recent trip to Asia as well. So, and if you'll notice, a big part of this trip is focusing on artificial intelligence. In fact, today, the U.S. Saudi Arabia Business Council is hosting a major meeting at the Kennedy Center today in Washington, D.C. with U.S. and Saudi businesses. And one of the big focuses is on artificial intelligence.
Right, those chips are highly sought after, aren't they? And the United States doesn't just sell them or give them to anyone, do you?
No, we don't. And I will say this, the United States has a great security assistance command in Riyadh. I know, and I've known some of these folks. They're great people. They're true security professionals. And so you can rest assured that everything has been vetted the right way before this technology goes to Saudi Arabia.
Okay, let's just talk about being a major non-NATO ally. That's a very small club, isn't it?
It is. And for example, you take Sweden, for example. Before Sweden went into NATO, we consider them a non-NATO ally. But it is a big designation, and it shows the importance of that relationship between our two countries. And they've been a great ally, in particular with regard to the Iranian nuclear threat.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the F-35 stealth fighters, because the flyby yesterday in Washington actually featured this exact type of aircraft, or a similar type of aircraft. And it's been announced that these cutting-edge warplanes are going to be sold to Saudi Arabia. Now, that's really significant, isn't it? Tell us what's so special about these airplanes.
Well, it's the latest and the best, but we have different versions of it. So different countries will get different versions of the F-35. It's not been announced which version of the F-35 Saudi will get. But outside of NATO, I think we're looking at close to 48 of these F-35s being sold to Saudi Arabia. And by all accounts, this will be the largest sale of F-35s to a non-NATO member.
Okay, and not just F-35s, 300 American tanks, we're told, are going to be bought by Saudi Arabia. I mean, put that into context to us. Is that a very large number to be sold all at once?
Well, it is, and that total package is $142 billion, which makes it the largest American arms package ever put together for an ally at one time. So this is a big deal.
What does that tell us?
Well, it tells us the strength of the relationship, and that President Trump wants that relationship to be even stronger there in the Middle East. And I think it sends a strong message to China. I think that's the backstory here. President Trump is sending a strong message to China as we bring more and more allies into the U.S. sphere on these technologies. One thing that they're going to talk about too, for example, is the peaceful use of nuclear energy. President Trump has recently embarked on a program to what I call really make Dwight Eisenhower's Atoms for Peace program really carry it to the next level. And we're seeing a big focus on small modular nuclear reactors. We're seeing this country strengthen the nuclear workforce. Look, we're going to have a tremendous global energy demand that's only going to increase over the next 15, 20 years. And there's going to be a major, major need for more energy, more forms of energy, particularly in the developing world. And then as we have more artificial intelligence, that's going to drive up with these data centers the energy demand. So we've got to go nuclear, and this is an area too that Saudi wants to cooperate with the United States, and the president wants to see that.
Yeah, and a bit like what you were telling us about with artificial intelligence chips and with military deals like the ones we've been talking about, the F-35s, that civilian use nuclear program carries with it a huge amount of trust, doesn't it?
It sure does. And we've got something called the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is based actually in Vienna. It's been around. It was formerly known as the Atomic Energy Commission. And it's they really look at the peaceful uses of nuclear energy, but also making sure that nefarious characters aren't using nuclear energy the wrong way either.
So let's just look forwards to where this cooperation and this trust is taking us. I read a quote by the Saudi defense minister, who's been taking part in this visit as well, Prince Khalid bin Salman. He says that the SDA, that is the Strategic Defense Agreement, underscores both nations' firm commitment to deepening their strategic partnership, enhancing regional security, and advancing global peace and stability. Just give us a sense of how this SDA is going to manifest itself. Where and how are we going to see it in action?
Well, we're going to see that continued cooperation, and I think we're already beginning to see a lot of it from a training standpoint. With the Saudi military and our military in a wide variety of areas. A lot of this being coordinated through our Security Assistance Command there in Riyadh. But I also think it sends a strong and good message also from the United States to other key allies in the region, which I think will lead to even more cooperation. And I think eventually we will see, and I'm hopeful for this, Saudi become a member of and join the Abraham Accords as well.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, what really struck me listening to the exchange between President Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is, the degree to which business and economic ties have deepened. But what I'm really gathering from what we're discussing and also from reading a lot of the reports is that security ties between Riyadh and Washington perhaps stronger than at any point in history. Do you think that's fair to say?
I think it definitely is. I think it's stronger than it ever has been. And again, I think this is what the Trump administration wanted to see, because it does send a very, very strong message to China as far as the Middle East region is concerned.
Okay, we really appreciate you speaking to us. Van Hipp Jr., Chairman of American Defense International, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Army. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, as President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman push to turn the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas into a lasting regional peace, the humanitarian situation in the Palestinian territory remains dire. Well, recent heavy floods have devastated Khan Yunis, leaving thousands struggling for shelter, food and clean water. Well, let's get the latest on the health situation in Gaza, and we can speak now to Dr. Hanan Balkhi, who is the WHO's Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean. She joins us from Cairo. Dr. Balkhi, thank you very much indeed for speaking to Al Arabiya English. I'd just like to start by asking about some comments that I read that were made by the UN Deputy Spokesperson Farhan Haq, who says that the situation in Gaza has sharply deteriorated as a result of some heavy rainfall and obviously a lot of displaced people living in makeshift shelters. What's the latest you're hearing about the situation there?
Yes, so thank you very much. And it's really a true pleasure to be with you here today. But again, talking about a very difficult situation in Gaza where there has been a significant destruction of the infrastructure. The people are living, as you have mentioned, in makeshift tents, in partially or totally destroyed buildings. The situation is very difficult. So from a health perspective, from the mental health perspective, and from the regular health perspective, it's a very challenging situation. Compounded on that, the rain and the weather changes will even add more stress to the population of Gaza and their ability to access the healthcare, the existing or remaining of the healthcare facilities. We're going to expect to see a different type of dynamics when it comes to outbreaks and infections. We were already seeing a very high increase in communicable diseases and mental health and stress and difficulties in taking care of chronic diseases. But now with the rain also, I'm expecting to see even more trends of disease transmitted through contaminated water and poor sanitation. So the situation is quite difficult right now, and we continue to aspire for a sustained ceasefire so that we can continue to support the people in Gaza.
So, I mean, specifically looking at some of the possible health hazards as a result of this heavy rainfall, plus the insanitary conditions, plus the flooding and the rainfall. I mean, what sorts of diseases, what sorts of infections would you think are particularly likely as you know, a high-risk environment like this?
So I think the diseases have to do with the fact that, again, the environment and the sanitary situation is not well, but also the fact that there was significant destruction on the healthcare system. We're talking about, since October 25, 917 health attacks, with 37 people killed in these attacks. And also 68 health facilities have been affected, 626 ambulances affected, and 178 people injured in these attacks from the healthcare system. So you're talking about a significant weakening of the healthcare system to even support a response to emerging infections from the floods or from the water contamination and the heavy rain. So we're talking about increasing incidences of rash, diarrhea, respiratory diseases, respiratory infections, and with the lack and with the significant stockouts of medications, specifically in the north of Gaza, we can talk about Gaza as a whole. There's significant stockouts of the basic essential medicines. So we're expecting to see more disease, and also remember that we have very, very complex compounded traumas and injuries from what has been taking place over the past 2 years. So we're in a very fragile situation to start with, and now it's going to be even more challenging.
Right, and for the people of Gaza, this is their third consecutive winter that is now approaching. I wanted to ask you what the WHO's main priorities and main activities are in Gaza right now.
I think now that we're in the ceasefire, even though it's a bit of a fragile ceasefire, we have produced, and you can find that on our websites, the production of the 60-day plan during the ceasefire. And we have really focused on 4 major pillars. The first one is that we continue to maintain and expand the life-saving essential health services that has been going on for the past 2 years. The second one that we're focusing on is the public health intelligence, the early warning, so that as these diseases start spreading, we need to understand what are these diseases, how do we control them, how do we contain them. We've done a great job with the Palestinian Authority, the Palestinian Red Crescent, UNICEF, Gavi, with the polio immunization programs that took place in last year. So that's part of the second part that we need to do during these coming 2 months. The third area that we're focusing on is the health emergency coordination. So the health cluster with all of the other UN agencies and partners, we lead and coordinate that work. And now we're already discussing and talking about not just the early recovery, rehabilitation and reconstruction, because that has already been going on during the conflict. During the past 2 years, we've been doing that. But now we hope to move into something more sustainable, with larger sums of money, with larger, collaboration with partners on the ground. But at this time, we need to sustain what we have been doing for the past 2 years and try to expand on that with the rest of our partners in these 4 major areas of work.
One thing we heard from the UN relief chief, Tom Fletcher, he said remaining restrictions must be lifted urgently to get more aid in. And I was wondering to what degree the World Health Organization is seeing restrictions on the entry of supplies affecting the work of your operatives on the ground. What's the latest on that?
I think we're still concerned about the restrictions, and not all corridors have been fully open. So the humanitarian corridors are still not openly available for us to move in the number of trucks. There's still major restrictions on what is seen as dual utility products. So we're not able to bring in all of the types of medicines and equipment into Gaza to support the significant needs that exist. And the sheer number of trucks, even though we have been able to bring in certain numbers of trucks, but it's not enough. It is not enough with the amount of needs that exists in Gaza, and also the restrictions on and the difficulties or the challenges in bringing the people out, and also increasing the number of hosting countries that can take care of those who are injured or who are in need of support. So we're still not at the full capacity of where we would like to work on the ground, whether it's us, WHO, or any of our partner UN agencies. We are not there yet.
In your first answer, you talked about the physical health hazards. You also you touched on the mental health hazards there in Gaza. And I'm just thinking to myself that for the people of Gaza facing a third winter exposed to the elements, to have what little they have, their homes, their tents flooded, their belongings perhaps destroyed or in very short supply. I mean, this must be a massive blow to morale and in turn to the mental health of the people of Gaza.
Absolutely. I think the mental health situation, the stress, there has not been one family or a group of individuals that have not been affected directly by the atrocities that have been taking place over the past 2 years. The continuous displacement and the multiple displacements from one area to another, the changes in the way that they are being supported, from the trickling in of the support into the country, for them to needing to fight for the minimum amount of food to sustain. As you know, also the amount of malnutrition has been significant. The hunger has been significant. The devastation of the amputees, of the orphanages. So there's a lot of issues that they're going to have to be dealing with for decades to come. These young children are going to be growing up and remembering the atrocity. We have a lot of widows. We have a lot of maimed individuals, individuals who are left with long life disabilities. For the rest of their life, they're going to be suffering with this. And we in WHO, we're trying to work with partners to establish what are the best ways to support them today, but what are the plans that are going to need to be put in place to support these individuals go through their grieving, go through their recovery process and also these young orphans and children and young adults with these lifelong disabilities. It's a huge lift that we have to do. We're very ready to move forward with our partners. The amount of funding is way below the needed at the moment. But I think, as you say, first things first, we have to deal with the issues on hand right now and hope that we will be able to come together to address some of these more chronic issues.
So do you think it was with regards to the mental health situation and the burden that's been placed on the minds of people of Gaza that the World Health Organization Director General, Dr. Tedros, was referring when he said there in Gaza there is a health catastrophe, he called it, that will last for generations to come? I mean, do you think that's what he meant by that?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what he meant by that. And we do see that the stress that is being compounded, and the longer this takes for us to try to return to some normality in Gaza, the deeper the impact is going to be on the population of Gaza.
And Dr. Balkhi, I wanted to ask you as well about the situation in Sudan, in particular the health situation there, because we're following developments on the ground there carefully on this channel. Just what's the latest you can tell us about the situation?
So the situation in Sudan, again, as you know, this is the largest humanitarian crisis. It is one of the most devastating also situations that you can see on the ground. It is quite difficult to describe how you have certain areas where we need to support and work, and we do work closely with the Ministry of Health on the routine and the regular chronic diseases. But at the same time, we have significant access issues into many areas, including the Kordofans, the Darfurs, and the significant humanitarian situation in Al-Fashir is of grave concern to us. Now, also with the winter entering, we're also managing at least 4 disease outbreaks on top of the atrocities from the attacks on the people and their incarceration in certain geographical areas. We're talking about 30% of the population in Sudan that are displaced, and the largest displacement crisis in the world. So some of them have fled, some of them remain in Sudan. So with all of this taking place, with the diseases such as dengue fever, malaria, cholera, meningitis, there needs to be better control over how can we bring medications, how can we bring the significant need for surveillance and disease identification into these restricted areas. How can we lift these atrocities that are taking place that are affecting the people of Sudan? And of course, the malnutrition that is happening. I can tell you one simple example. When you do have a cholera outbreak, cholera is really what we call it a fecal-oral transmission. So it is something that if you have clean water, you should not have cholera. And even if you did have cholera, the treatment of it is very simple. Good rehydration, good fluid good fluid and electrolyte balance treatment. All of those can prevent disease. We're talking about a case fatality rate in Sudan from cholera of 2.8%. It needs to be less than 1%. So you're talking about a disease that is transmitted because of poor hygiene, and also a disease that can't be fully prevented, the death from it, if you had good treatment centers and rehydration centers. Again, with dengue, you're talking about a vector-borne disease. So these are all things that can be prevented, and that's what hurts us the most in WHO, that we can prevent these illnesses, we can prevent these deaths. These people can have a better life. So we're hoping that the diplomatic venues do lead to some kind of peace within Sudan, so that we can go back and work within all of the 18 provinces, provide the support that is needed, and alleviate the suffering that is happening, whether it's WHO and all of our UN agencies and partners and the Ministry of Health.
Yeah, I mean, you paint an extremely bleak picture of the situation in Sudan. Ongoing violence. It's the rainy season now, presumably meaning the disease spread is all the more risky. And clearly, with the violence ongoing, an extremely dangerous and challenging place for relief workers and humanitarian workers to be. What are you hearing from your teams about that?
Yeah. So on the safety of the humanitarian workers, also we have big concerns about that. We're hoping that they will be protected by the international law, but that is still not the place. So our teams and our people are taking huge risks by moving into some of these areas, but that has not deterred us, and we continue to seek the best ways to provide the support and access to those people who are in those most difficult areas.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Hanan Balkhi, the World Health Organization's Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, do stay tuned to Al Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Because, you know, who Naz was to his community, you know, the Muslim community, the Middle Eastern community, and how he was important to me. You know, I'm mixed race and I'm from the same neighborhood, and I felt very, you know, represented by Naz growing up. I also thought it was important to make the film simply because it's just so unique.
Oh, that was a solid shot from Hammond. It's a knockout! Oh, my God!
Rowan was so generous on set. He really trusted me with bringing Riyadh to life. And it's always a challenge when you're bringing a real person to life, someone who's existed in the world before.
To be honest, when I first saw the script, I was a bit sceptical because it seemed a bit sketchy, but obviously he had it in his head how it was going to work out, and Rowan did a fantastic job of stitching it all together.
He's a brilliant director, you know, very welcoming, nice, positive. I had a brilliant experience with him, and I hope he has many more big movies in the future.
Children, they are having trouble at school.
How did you get that colony lip?
See when you got that bent nose.
It was like working with a friend. He is so approachable, so about the work. He was joyous and he was really generous with his time.
Brendan, it's Frank Warren.
Boxing's no longer for old men in suits.
My favourite scene to shoot was actually the one with Pierce. It's post-arena fight in 2002, I think. And it's when I hand him the letter to say that you're out?
There's a few different scenes, you know, that I love shooting. One is when Adult Naz challenges Brendan to a fight.
Probably the one where I got to say when he got that bent nose, because like it's like really funny and like yeah.
I think I'll have to go with the scene where I'm actually fighting in the scene and I knock him out. That's my favourite moment.
You shouldn't take credit for my success.
The two of you, it feels like you're drifting apart.
Everybody's like, you know, patting each other on the back and everyone's like shaking hands. And I don't know, you know, it sounds cheesy, but there's real team effort to it.
دلوقتي الموضوع بقى أصعب إنك تنقي دور كويس ودور صح والورق والفريق العمل يكون كويس.
Follow the thing that you really want to follow and hold close the people that want to support you and take you there.
Let's tear it up.
Hamed has done it! The Prince is champion of the world!
Who's more important, the trainer or the fighter?
Such a pleasure to talk to you about this film. How exciting was it to take on this project?
Well, it was exciting. It was daunting, challenging, because it's a genre in which there are a lot of musical films, as you know. So I think a lot of people come in with expectations of what they might see, what they want to see. And then I know that Bruce Springsteen, a lot of people have ownership over Bruce. So they want to see maybe a version of a film that they have in their mind. And I hope that they come to one that they find this is very unexpected.
The minute they said film and somebody was going to have to portray me, I immediately thought of Jeremy. There was some sort of physical resemblance, some sort of the way he carried himself, and then there was the way the camera read his internal life. That was really essential. I just said, this is the guy, you know, I didn't have number two.
Let's talk about Jeremy Allen White and the moment where you felt that he could, I mean, for him, it must be such a huge pressure to, you know, to embody a living icon, basically. But for you, when was the moment where you thought, okay, no, this will work?
Well, I knew that Jeremy could embody the spirit of Bruce and the essence
performance ability.
Yes, his emotional truth.
Yes.
But it wasn't until we started really working on the performance, the singing, that I thought, oh, wow, this is going to be great.
Everybody has their own idea of Bruce Springsteen. He's such a legend. So taking on the role, there was a big leap of faith. But once I knew I had Bruce's blessing, that gave me the confidence to go on the journey. Let's try one.
And it's a movie, it's not a documentary. I mean, we have to say that there are facts in real life that are not in the film and vice versa. How important was it to detach it and make him a character versus only him?
Well, when you make a film about Bruce Springsteen, America's most authentic artist, it has to be incredibly realistic. And most everything that happens in the film really happened. The only invention is the character of Faye, his love.
Yes. She's a concoction of probably.
Yeah, she's an amalgamation of a few women. So the film hews very closely to fact in almost every regard, including the final scene of the film.
Trying to find something real in all the noise.
You always do.
Let's speak about Odessa, who portrays Faye. Let's speak about Jeremy Strong, who's always amazing in everything he does, and he plays another legend, John Landau. So how easy or difficult was it to find the right people for the right characters?
Well, you always want to start with, is there a physical resemblance? Now, with Faye, I had something in mind where I wanted someone who felt real, approachable, felt like a Jersey girl. Jeremy Strong is a longtime pal of mine. I knew the type of research and specific detail work he would do as John Landau. And I think he gives, for me, maybe his best performance because it comes from a very rich interior place and not exterior work.
Yeah, and those two, John and Bruce, are the complete opposite of what you would expect of, big rock star and their manager. I love how, they're so normal and loving and simple and still interesting. Don't you agree?
And that's what makes them so human. In America, we say, don't meet your heroes for fear of...
disappointment.
Not so with Bruce Springsteen. He exceeded my expectations in every regard.
Thank you, Scott, so much. Congrats on the film.
Oh, thank you so much.
Something about Bruce that even if you're a fan, you might not have known. There's a lot in this film to enjoy. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Wow.
I actually felt there was some kind of responsibility because people can still hear his voice on the audiobooks, and he's still very much an important figure to children because they still read Charlotte's Web and Stuart Little. So that was important to me. I wanted to find out who he was, and this wonderful script that we had allowed me to play the script but also be true to who he was. It wasn't like it wasn't like the script went off in a different direction. Robert's script was Robert obviously loves E.B. White, and that's why he put him in the movie.
It's really someone else's success. Richard Rodgers in Oklahoma, and Lorenz Hart's kind of it's sort of like he's at the wedding of your ex. It's like, what are you doing here? And my tagline for the movie was forgotten but not gone. So it's kind of a perverse idea, but the movie's funny too, about someone who's being left behind. The whole thing's kind of based on a real time and place and real characters, but it's all kind of a flight of fancy too. We're imagining a lot and trying to tell an entertaining story.
It's completely wonderful. It's very important that we were able to create that dynamic of people who know each other extremely well, love each other and have a little bit of tension with each other, and just completely intertwined with each other. Ethan is a completely wonderful actor, and it's an extraordinary performance, and so I was just honoured to be able to act with him. His movies with Rick are incredible, and I was just thrilled to be asked to be part of the team.
Well, I don't think any other director would have even thought of me for this part. Something that the movie's kind of born out of friendship. The screenplay's written by an old friend of Richard's, and he sent an early draft to me, and I got really fired up about it. And I think he's the only person in the world that would know how much I would love playing this part. Really what I did is I just listened to as much of his music as I could. His lyrics are so beautiful and transcendent that I just tried to internalize those lyrics, and I saw the whole movie as a song.
It's really striking. Are you and she... Oh, no. I mean, I'm in love with her, but everybody's in love with her.
Life can have a funny way of surprising you. My mom got pregnant with me when she was 18. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. My Aunt Jenny also ended up with her high school boyfriend. I thought we would be one big happy family forever. But the universe had other plans.
I'm very sorry. Your husband and sister were in a car accident. We did everything we could.
Let's start with Colleen Hoover's novel, and how much of a reference was it for the film?
Well, the novel is the reference for the film. It's the source material. It's written from two different perspectives that alternate chapter by chapter from Morgan and Clara's perspectives. And it tells the story of a family, an extended family, in the wake of an unexpected tragedy, having to process both grief and some unexpected feelings of betrayal that come up.
That's a very succinct, beautiful way of whittling down this plot. I've been trying to figure out.
It was really hard. Thank you.
Yes, that.
I just lost my dad and my aunt. I just want to leave.
It's been a long year.
Then let's leave.
And we couldn't know that the sun was collapsing.
It feels like there's this wall between her and me.
How easy was it to find the perfect tone for this, mixing the dramatic and the romantic?
you know, this movie is really balancing a few different tones. There's romance and drama and humor and, you know, serious, heavy emotions that lead to tears. And so that is a difficult task to pull off, but I give our director, Josh Boone, a lot of credit for just kind of overseeing it all and making sure that each scene kind of seamlessly blended into the next and didn't feel like all of a sudden you're in a different movie.
I think what he did so well, Josh is an incredibly gifted director for many reasons, but one of the things I admire the most is that he has a really light touch. And the prep he does before starting to shoot a movie is, I think he would agree, is the bulk of his work in the hiring of people, department heads, of actors, building the cast, the sets, setting it all up. And then once it's all there, he's very laissez-faire. He's very hands-off. He trusts everyone to trust their own instincts and do what he hired them to do, what he knows they can do. Josh was so good at allowing for both comedic and dramatic moments and knowing when they should arrive and helping to calibrate the whole thing. I give him all of that credit.
I just don't want to forget them. My mom's trying to make it like my dad never even existed.
Tell her the truth.
It would absolutely destroy her. Smiling feels wrong right now. Like it's too soon to be happy.
To both of you, how much did you discuss the shared history and past between the characters as their dynamic evolves throughout the circumstances of the story?
We talked about it a lot. I mean, I would have talked about it more, but that's always true. No, we did. We talked about it.
No, I mean, the truth is the two of us and our director, Josh, would huddle up before pretty much every scene.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that, first off, that all the dialogue felt natural coming out of our mouths, but more so just okay, at this point in the story, does this make sense now based on what we've already shot? And so it was a lot of calibrating because it was a really nuanced arc that our characters have. But it was the three of us in a very close collaboration, talking constantly, things changing constantly at the last second, but ultimately for the betterment of the movie.
Those are the kinds of conversations that I love so much. It just deepens the stories because you don't have time to talk about all of it on the screen. This movie is tight. We smushed a lot of book into, under 2 hours. So
but you have to feel that history.
Totally.
And we have very little real estate to do that, and so we got to make the most of each moment.
Yeah.
What aren't you telling me? There's a lot I wish I'd done differently. But I'll never spend 1 second regretting you. You deserve to be happy. No regrets, right? Everywhere, everything.
Felt very lucky and very, very happy to. Yeah. I guess just because we've worked together multiple times and Jesse too, so many of our department heads, it just felt like if we were all going to be stuck together in a basement, it was nice that we knew each other so well and to kind of experience this together. Yeah.
Start with that because of the creative process of making multiple films together and creating a character every time. So how do you work together off camera before the discussions, the brainstorming?
Well, I guess there wasn't much rehearsal for this one, but there was a bit.
It was a bit. We were rehearsing or talking about kinds of
Exactly. Or doing press
yeah.
Do you ever get confused about, which film you're on at the moment? No, I'm joking. Of course not, because every film is so specific, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. There is a sense of ease when you're able to just sort of, when you know each other and when you have that ability to just cut straight to the point of the thing.
I took comfort in the fact that, I'd worked with them
previously because we didn't have all that much time.
Yeah.
Before this movie, we had a couple of weeks, but I remember thinking, I wish we had a month because there was a lot of dialogue. But, you know, we tried to use the time as best we could, and it's such a rich, thought-provoking script that everyone on set, it's impossible for you not to bring your own experience to it because it just kind of demands it.
They want you to think it's you, that it's you who made this world. But it's always been them. All we've lost, all that's been done to us, we're setting that right again.
How much fun is it for you, Yorgos, to kind of morph new characters with actors you've worked with before, you know? Get out of Bella Baxter and get in this.
Fun. Well, it's fun to watch because I'm just there mostly as an audience member, you know, like, and I try to create this conditions for them to be able to, you know, try things, explore things, and figure it out for themselves, and then I just, you know, watch. So it's always, you know, fun. And we were saying before, like, I then even notice more things while I'm editing about their performances and what they've contributed to the characters, because, you know, during filming you're so stressed, there's so many things going on, and, you know, sometimes you lose all these, you know, minute differences in someone's, you know, performance. But yeah, I'm always pleasantly surprised and enjoy, watching them create the characters.
Welcome to the headquarters of the human resistance.
Where's my hair?
Your hair has been destroyed to prevent you from contacting your ship.
What ship?
Your mothership?
Emma, how much do you enjoy that? And do you get more immersed or more attached to those types of characters?
I don't know.
You got a little bit attached to Bella.
I was just about to say, the only one that I like still can't shake is Bella. I guess more immersed than attached, but Bella attached. Feels like my child.
In the next 48 hours, the police and the FBI will begin a statewide manhunt. I'm a high-profile female corporate executive. I am crucial. In all humility, I can say that. Think of it like you abducted the governor, but worse.
What was the biggest challenge of this one for the two of you because of the nature of the interaction of both characters?
What do you think?
Oh my God.
The tone is always something you're trying to discover, and, you know, what makes Yorgos' film so exciting is they're always sort of walking this line that feels like new territory, even within his filmography. You know, there's some, at least from my perspective, there's something that a thread connecting them all, but feels like a sort of offshoot in their own way. And so this felt like that. I don't know. It was just a constant sort of exploration into how far you could push the extremes of the tone, I guess.
What was really fun for me about the dynamic between these two characters was it feels like sort of a dance, you know, kind of like a jousting match all the time, in the way we were sort of constantly reading each other and preparing for, you know, it's like a wrestling match. So that was, I loved getting to do that with Jesse. Also, Jesse's just so incredible that it makes it really fun, even when it's, you know, challenging because there is so much dialogue.
That dinner scene, I think Will even mentions it in the exposition in that scene, that it sort of takes on the tone of like a Wild West sort of showdown. With that long dinner table.
It's like a bunch of different versions of showdowns throughout to varying degrees.
I've done a ton of research on this. You're killing our planet.
Alien fellas. I'm not an alien.
You're lying to me.
What's the difference? You know this is crazy. You know this is wrong.
What is it most about for you, this film?
Happy, fun stuff?
Yeah.
Light?
To me, humanity. I mean, the nature of it, the course of it, the history of it. Yeah, just trying to reflect what that means right now.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Tianjin, Russia and China advanced the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, signing a key memorandum between Gazprom and CNPC. The project, routed through Mongolia, is designed to supply 50 BCM a year, nearly the same volume once set to Germany via Nord Stream 1. For Russia, this is a strategic reorientation of gas exports away from Europe towards Asia post the Ukraine war. For China, Power of Siberia 2 strengthens long-term energy security by diversifying pipeline imports alongside LNG. However, critical commercial details remain open. Until those are resolved, the pipeline's geopolitical significance might outweigh its immediate commercial reality. With me to discuss the strategic and market ramifications of this new pipeline is Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Tatiana, thank you for coming on the show. And let's begin with this. China is one of the two biggest LNG importers in the world this decade and is forecast to lead LNG demand growth in the years to come as it switches from coal to gas. Although gas will not flow in the Power of Siberia before the 2030 at least, how can it change the game for the global LNG markets, particularly for US LNG projects waiting for final investment decisions?
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for inviting me and for great question. Indeed, a Power of Siberia 2, even without real contract signed, starts already to change the global LNG market game and all the perceptions of the market players, first of all. Just a little bit of historical perspective. We are now approaching to the third large LNG wave of new projects. The first wave was like 100 BCM, the second wave was 200 BCM, the third wave is 350. So the market is already preparing to a huge gas glut. The prices are supposed to go down to the benefit of the customers, but the competition will be really fierce. And in this very situation, when suddenly the market learns that probably post-2030 there will be additional 50 BCM of pipeline gas from Russia to China to the key growth area, this means that probably certain projects that are now approaching FID will not see the future. They will not become bankable because banks are also investigating the market realities, assessing supply-demand balance, and they will see that it will be extremely difficult to get their money back. So certain projects in the US, first of all, might be put on hold, but also the others struggling to attract financing and to proceed, like in Mozambique, for example. For them, it's really bad news, though, as you've mentioned at the very beginning, there is no real deal at the moment. It's just expectations, but you know how the expectations can affect markets.
Of course, Tatiana, the memorandum, although said to be binding, lacks any details, which means further negotiations are forthcoming. What are the contract parameters that you would be looking for, and who or which party you think has the upper hand on each of those factors?
Well, a short spoiler, China has.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everywhere. Russia desperately needs this project, first of all, for the geopolitical reasons, but also to somehow monetize gas, which became stranded after real termination of relationship with the European countries. So this memorandum, it has the volume, 50 BCM, as you've mentioned. It has the route fixed via Mongolia, and Mongolia has confirmed and is really interested in proceeding with this project. What is missing is, first of all, price, the key parameter. And here, as far as I can see from all the rumors and leakages, you know, it's always very confidential issue. But the key bargaining is between the price, this is price similar to Power of Siberia 1. This is a request from Gazprom. It is oil-linked, but it is actually at the moment the cheapest imported gas that China has. So it is already several times cheaper than the price Gazprom had in Europe. But China is requesting even lower price for this second pipeline. They are actually talking about the price equal to the Russian domestic gas tariff for the industrial consumers, which is about $120 per 1,000 cubic meters. It's like $1.5 per MMBtu. It is extremely low. So somewhere in this range, they will find a balance. The second key parameter is take-or-pay volume. So the volume that a customer is obliged to pay for, whether takes it or not. In normal contracts, in most standard, it's about 80-85%. In this case, China is insisting on just 50% take-or-pay level, which is extremely low, and which means that China would be able to offtake just 25 BCM out of this 50 BCM capacity and keep the rest as an emergency insurance in case if it needs additional gas. But it also means that the period of payback for Russia is becoming much longer. When you cannot predict the load, it's really quite challenging. The third issue is financing. Who will pay for the pipeline construction? Obviously, China will finance the segment on its own territory, but who will pay for the Russian segment? For Power of Siberia 1 and for another pipeline to China from Russia, which is called Far Eastern Route, it is Gazprom, which is paying everything. China refused in 2014 to provide any loans or any advanced payment for this construction. For Power of Siberia 2, there was an indication from Alexei Miller, CEO of Gazprom, that they are discussing these financing issues. What will be the result, I do not know, but it is really important for the project economics, at least for the Russian side. And fourth, last but not least, of course, it's timing. When exactly they are planning to start. Russia was ready back in 2023. They've prepared already all the project documentation, all the permits, everything. But China, as you see, is not in a hurry. It's like postponing the project. And probably, though we are discussing early 2030s, it can go further to the right. It can be postponed for another 5 years, as it happened with Power of Siberia 1, which took 10 years for China to make a final decision and to really start the project. So these four key uncertainties, which means that there is a lot of further tough negotiations forthcoming.
Surely. But how can the Power of Siberia 2, Tatiana, make China a bigger swing player in the global gas markets once that pipeline gets built and gas starts to flow?
Excellent question, and it refers to this take-or-pay condition which I've mentioned. So if China will succeed to obtain 50% take-or-pay level, then it means that it will have 25 BCM of flexible capacity. That's a lot. And even without vast underground storages, China will be able to play in the market. It will have this arbitrage between pipeline gas from Russia and LNG all over the world. And if you add to that the fact that during the past few years, Chinese companies have built incredibly efficient trading capacities, both in oil and in gas, that means that they will be able actually to, manipulate the market. Yeah, they will have this flexibility. They will be able either to resell LNG cargoes that they do not need, as it was happening back in 2022, or when this undemanded LNG was going to Europe and actually saved Europe from a real gas collapse after Russian gas flows stopped. Or it is happening right now. Yeah, this LNG goes to Europe, the one that China doesn't need, because actually, though, at the very beginning, you've mentioned that China is the biggest and fastest growing LNG consumer in the world. The last year wasn't really good enough. So Chinese LNG imports actually went down. So there are also some concerns about future China's gas demand. And if Chinese buyers are negotiating now with any LNG producer, what they say is, we will have, let's say, $1.52 per MMBtu for Russian gas. So what can you propose us? What is your value proposition in this case? Yeah, so it's a lot of bargaining
Gives them a
power.
lot of leverage, indeed.
Exactly.
Tatiana, let's move from the market implications to the strategic implications. Strategically, vis-a-vis the United States, what does POS2 mean from Russia's standpoint, especially after the overtures from Trump and the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin?
Well, the broader context of all these dances between Putin and Trump is, I think, led by Trump's desire to split China and Russia strategically, because this alliance is really becoming threatening. Russia having not only enormous resources, not only energy, but also materials, minerals, everything, and nuclear weapons, and China with all its economic and military capacity, that already looks like quite a frightening bloc. So agreeing to give some concessions via Ukraine, sanctions, Trump seemed to be hoping to actually attract Putin to the other side. And their Alaska summit, when they've mentioned different Arctic economic cooperation projects and all this stuff, it looked like a signal that probably Putin is turning to the US. But 10 days later, with all these Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit rhetorics, with the military parade, which Putin also attended, and with Power of Siberia 2 memorandum, for me it looks like a clear signal that Putin has chosen China's side at the moment. Maybe he is waiting for additional concessions from the US. Maybe it is like the final word. We will see. But for China, which was very slow to confirm this memorandum, by the way, on the official level, while Russia immediately started to celebrate, China was not actually confirming for a period. So China definitely leaves some window for further negotiations, both with Russia and with the US. So it's this big trilateral geopolitical game ongoing.
Okay, so despite, Tatiana, China having the upper hand on the POS2 negotiations, isn't it safe to say that China also does need Russian gas, given that the US LNG is stuck in that trade war currently taking shape between Washington, D.C. and Beijing? Also, Qatar LNG is susceptible to the Hormuz closures in any future wars on Iran. And furthermore, Australian LNG is not so politically dependable either for China. So does Beijing need to secure the reliability of the Russian piped gas, especially before Putin could be swayed by Trump towards the West with promises of sanctions relief and so on? Do you think this is what finally moved the needle for China on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline?
Exactly, Nasser. That is our reading. So we were asking ourselves at Columbia, why now? What changed? For so many years, China was actually putting this project on hold, and now suddenly they decided to make quite a significant step, though not final, but still. As you've mentioned, first of all, Iran-Israeli war and this threat of Hormuz closure, it really became quite a wake-up call for Chinese authorities, who were always very much preoccupied by energy security, but now it was so close that they started to reassess reliability of the supplies from the Gulf. Then the U.S. trade war. And again, during the last year, actually, China stopped importing U.S. LNG. They've already basically refused from it. So, as I've mentioned, there is a lot of LNG around the world forthcoming in the next couple of years. So I think China will be able to replace the U.S. LNG by the other suppliers. But they need an insurance. They need some hedge. And therefore, Power of Siberia 2, though it's not absolutely the must for Chinese gas balance at the moment, it's something like nice to have, just in case, just to be sure that if there is maritime blockade, either in Hormuz or in the China Sea, if anything happens with the pipeline gas, which is going through common border and through Mongolia, you don't expect any big problems. And as the world is becoming more fragmented and confrontational, it seems to be a smart move from China's side. And also don't forget about price. It will be very cheap gas, which will support China's industrial policy and global competitiveness. So China is not losing anything, but it wins quite a lot.
Tatiana, fascinating, of course, discussions with regards to the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, what it means for the markets and strategically for both China and Russia vis-a-vis the West. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Canberra. Not your typical destination in Australia, but Canberra holds a lot of promise for tourists. There's just so many attractions to explore in the city. Prepare to be surprised. Canberra is in fact Australia's youngest capital city. What it hides is its thriving arts community, lively food and bar scenes, and then of course, the cultural institutions. It's got a healthy mix of man-made and natural attractions for every kind of tourist. Overall, Canberra is where you can explore, discover, learn, and yes, have a lot of fun. Know more about the history of Australia at the War Memorial. This is where the nation's troops and war's involvement is chronicled, starting from the colonial period to the present day. Here, you'll find a new range of exhibits, such as the Anzac Voices and the revamped First War galleries. You can also tour Parliament House, a modern complex opened in 1988. This is where you can witness the democratic process at question time in the House of Representatives or Senate. Historic and educational stops aside, Canberra's also got a funky spirit. You can experience this at the weekly Old Bus Depot markets held every Sunday. It's where you can buy the most interesting of things: hipster clothes, homeware, and yes, delicious organic produce. It's also where you can shop for souvenirs to bring home. The city is also a haven for art lovers. Small art galleries line the city, not to mention that some of the country's most important collections are displayed here. The National Gallery of Australia is the nation's preeminent public gallery, housing collections of Australian, Indigenous, and Asian art. There's also the National Portrait Gallery nearby that you might just be curious enough to check out. And then there's the Institute of Sport. Get up close and personal with elite athletes, gymnasts, swimmers, and cyclists that train at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. The Institute welcomes visitors and offers tours for them. The place houses many facilities like swimming pools, tennis courts, and of course, a fully equipped gym. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
as in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Riz Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. the homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor, sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Don Fungo, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care, and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. There's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards, and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared, and then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was, I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So, of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases. And that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Klimas Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. And this place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course, we tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain, but normally I had strong painkillers. And my husband has, he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and I have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief